live at Scottish National Track Championships here from Chris Hoy Velodrome. It's day 2, Saturday afternoon. I'm your commentator Alex Maher. Joining me in the commentary box this afternoon, or certainly for the first part this afternoon, because he's racing a little bit later, is Brodie Duncan. Brodie, how are you getting on?
I'm doing good. How are you, Alex?
I'm not too bad. I'm surviving, just about surviving. It was a hectic night last night. Very fast. Some brilliant times. Erin Boothman smashing the Scottish record in individual pursuit. 4:34, one of the top times in the world. You know, I was speaking to our coach last night, Evolve, and he said he thinks she can go even quicker. It was our first ever individual pursuit over 4 kilometres. And there was some really strong times in the Open as well. We saw some brilliant time from Logan McLean. We saw a brilliant time as well from Tim Shorman, and we saw the Scottish team sprint, female team sprint team, do exceptionally well, breaking Scottish record, also getting a Glasgow 2026 standard as well. They'll be going a little bit later in a second attempt, not part of the championships, but they're just going for a time. Really exciting racing because it's really hot in here, and I'm sweating buckets. I'm amazed you're wearing jeans, actually.
Yep, I'm absolutely roasting here. It's it's very, very warm, and it's going to be even warmer when I'm on the track later. So, can't imagine how these racers feel on the track right now.
I was going to say, you do get a very weird feeling in the back of the throat. I mean, even just standing here, you get a bit of a bad feeling. I don't know if that's just the cold flu that's been going around Scotland the last couple of weeks, but
I think it's a bit dusty as well.
Yeah, it does feel like nobody's been up here for about a year, because I think no one has. I think the last time anyone was up in these stands was probably the last time track champs were on last year. But it's how about yourself? I mean, you were off racing in Norway a couple of weeks ago at the GP Solna, the Next Gen GP in Stavanger. You were pretty well. I think it was second in the IP.
Yep, went 3:25. I was quite disappointed with that time, but I think I could be pleased with it. I was suffering with a bit of illness that weekend, but I was only, I think it was 0.6 or 0.7 of a second away from the win. There wasn't any finals, so I couldn't back up my time and improve, annoyingly, but all in all, still a good weekend.
Yeah, obviously there was a whole Scotland team over there. I think was it Evan Oliphant and
Lucia
that were over. Scottish, part of the Scotland PD squad, of course, a member of which you remember. Today you're racing in the points a little bit later. How much looking forward to that?
I'm really looking forward to it. It's going to be a brutal race. Obviously it's going to be a great step up from all the track league and monsters of track rounds that have been happening here. Obviously with the likes of Logan and maybe an Alex Ball, people that are coming up, more elite riders than the British road scene as well. Logan got loads of experience racing abroad, UCI podiums and whatnot, and a good team and stuff. So he's definitely one of the favourites, and I'd like to be able to get a good result from today.
Well, all these guys have got 8 kilometres of riding in their legs already.
Yep.
It's interesting, sort of champs over 3 days, quite condensed. Some riders they'll be doing kilo as well, some doing team pursuits, etc. How do you feel when you come into a champs like this, when you're not just doing one event, you're doing multiple events? How do you pace that out?
Well, really, it's just, to be honest with you, it's just about recovery and fueling. Getting a good night's sleep is the most important. It's the most important way to recover. You can't go home after a long race and think, well, I'm just going to stay up all night on my phone, because it's the only time that your brain can recover, as it's the only time you're going to be asleep. So, there's that sort of stuff. You just need to stay really focused, plan everything out and strategize as where you want to be performing the highest at.
Are you riding team pursuit tomorrow as well?
Yep, going for the Scottish record. Currently is 409.947, set by a pretty strong team.
Can you name the 4 riders that were on the team?
I can name the four riders. So, Alfie George, Kyle Gordon, Joe Nally, and Matty Dobbins. 4 out of 4.
Well done. That's
elite ball
good
knowledge.
Riding. That's some good knowledge there. Some good ball knowledge, as the kids would say. That is some team. Matty here this weekend. Alfie, congratulations if you're watching on your move to Elite Foundations. Finally join the UCI ranks. Long time coming. Kyle, obviously, was a veteran of 2 Commonwealth Games. Pretty hard standard that to beat, but certainly doable. Certainly doable. 409's not. I think it's nowadays you're looking at sort of sub 4 is well and truly the standard for the TP in terms of like elite international competition. Potentially one that might be broken today and then smashed quite significantly.
That would be the plan. That would be lovely.
But no, it'd be good to see. I mean, I know you've been doing a lot of pursuit efforts at the sort of training sessions here on Tuesday, Thursday, Sunday that you do with the sort of performance team, with Lucia, with Ev, and with the whole performance development squad and riders as well that are coming in. How do you find those sessions?
Really beneficial. You're in a great environment with people, of elite standards. All training for the same goal. Super focused. Everybody's there for the sole reason of getting better. There's no messing about or anything like that. Or we try to limit the messing about that happens, But these are the opportunities where you get to dial in all of the track racing that you can. As track time is hard to come by for little cost, for sure. Pursuing's a big thing for me, and these sessions are a good opportunity to get the laps in, dial in the practice.
Obviously, there's seems to be quite a strong field here this week. Obviously, we touched upon it. Tim, Matty, Logan, Alex, and many others. How do you sort of how do you compete with those guys that are taking those UCI podiums? They are competing at the top end. How do you compete with those guys that are doing UCI podiums?
Well, you can. It's important when you go into a race with like many big riders, like British senior track championships last year. They had basically the full Olympic squad there. It's important to not go into a race and be comparing yourself to the others. You need to go in and you just need to stick to the plan that you had already agreed with yourself. Everybody's going to ride their own race. It's just whether you can do it the best. Everybody else, they can have their own mishaps and faults, but you just need to try and limit your own, and that's how you win races.
Just to let you know, wondering why we're not seeing any track action. You might have heard it on the Tannoy there, as I was just stumbling over my words, but we've had a 5-minute delay. I think some issues with the timing system here in the Emirates. I'm sure I've probably stood on something and caused it. But yeah, little delay to our female team pursuit, which is the first live race of the day. We've already had 3 national champions crowned. Today there'll be a podium ceremony for some of them a little bit later. But what we can tell you, it was in the female 1 kilometre time trial. Jenny Hall set the early pace, 1:10.7, but then was overhauled by a fantastic ride by Ellie Stone, 1:07.6. She takes the national title, also takes a Glasgow 2026 qualifying standard with it, which seems to be the theme of these championships so far, as there's been many times set. Hopefuls for Team Scotland. So she's one of a number of riders that is now eligible for selection. They can't qualify today, but they can qualify to be eligible for selection as Team Scotland and Scottish Cycling will make those selections in due course. We've also had the Masters 50 and Masters 40 individual pursuits. Podiums for those will be in a little bit later on. There was a very exciting Masters 50 IP. Female IP, which was won by Zara Mayer. She won it by about 0.2 of a second from Jude Patterson. Very exciting. It was very toing and froing across the IP, which is exactly what you want. You just see on track right now, you can just see the commissaires, and you can see, I think that's Tarn Finn, who, if you're a regular track league racer, you'll know well. He's obviously works for us here at Scottish Cycling. He's just testing that the gates are working and the timing system's all worked up. We obviously want people to get the proper times, especially if they're going for Scottish records a little bit later on. In this female team pursuit, we actually have 3 teams from VC Aster Anderside, which is great to see. we have a team from Glasgow University Cycling Club. We also have a Scotland national team mix. They're the last ones off, so that's including Lucy Sweeney, Niamh Campbell-Williams, Kayla Dinnan and Eva Murphy. Riders you know very well, Brodie,
Yep.
from your performance sessions. What can you tell us about that sort of Scotland mixed team that's taking part a little bit later on?
So, there's a lot of experience here, I believe. Kayla Dinnan, she's raced abroad a few times for her team Live Halo. Lucy Sweeney, who is a youth riding up, I believe. This will be a good experience for her. And to be honest with you, Eva Murphy, she's done a lot of good racing here. Junior British track champs in Manchester. Had a couple impressive performances there. I'll be looking for a good time from them.
Also racing is Velo Coos, which is again another composite team, which is kind of the theme when it comes to team pursuits at Scottish Champs. A lot of composite teams, because I think you often get two riders from one team and a rider from another, and it's always good to see. I think it's always the track community coming together a little bit. That Velo Coos team of Gillian Anderson, Donna Clayton, Jude Patterson and Christina McKenzie, I think all of them were actually at the Masters Worlds, believe it or not. I think they won. A lot of those riders won medals at Masters Worlds. Jude Patterson, as I said, was one of the riders. She won a silver medal a little bit earlier on in the female 50 pursuit. So I think she hopefully she's recovered a little bit. Same with Zara Mayer. So this delay is probably not actually the worst thing in the world for some of these riders.
It is for whoever's lining up with their bike in the box right now, the gate even, as they are missing out on valuable time, as they'll be currently in recovery mode from their warm-up, putting their full warm-up to waste, should they have done it on the rollers. Yeah,
the first team out is VC Aster Anderside C, which is Fiona Walker, Karen Graham, Sharon Robb and Carol Dick. A lot of riders that have been part of the track league, that take part in Women's Track Fund as well, which is great. I should definitely check them out on Facebook. They do a lot of sessions. It's great if you want to get into track racing. You can get into it through them. Do the kind of introduction to track, the kind of accreditation and whatnot, and it's a really good environment. And Fiona kind of heads that up. She's very much a tour de force. When it comes to all things track cycling, and we've also got, like I say, two other teams from VC Aster Anderside who seem to be a bit of a kind of steady regulars at these championships. It's always good to see, isn't it? You get a very good mix of different club teams to performance riders. It's always good, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yep, good mix of skill builds experience for some of the people that are less experienced and stuff like that. And they can support some of the riders that wouldn't have otherwise had a team to possibly get a result or a good time. So yeah, this will be very exciting to watch.
Just after our team pursuit, just kind of give you a bit of a kind of running order for today, whilst we are still waiting for the timing system to come back up. So quite a lot of racing today actually to look forward to. We've already had our open sprint quarterfinals. So we've got semi-finals and finals for that to look forward to, which will be quite interesting. Very much a Glasgow Track Racing Club affair, that one. 3 riders going sub 10 seconds in qualifying, which is always
very
good
impressive.
to see. Very, very. I mean, like Ant Young, he's a top rider. He'll be one that Niall Monks as well, who's got a Commie Game standard as well. We've got a top 3 at the Città di Portone. I do apologise to Italian speakers for that butcher pronunciation. Can't even speak English now, never mind Italian. We've got a female Keirin to look forward to, which is always exciting. Yep. I'm sure you've raced many a Keirin, youth names and whatnot over the years.
Yeah, so British Championships as a youth, that was my final Keirin I've ever done.
Never again, yeah?
Never again, of course. Attacked with like lap and a half to go and ended up coming like 5th or something like that out of the 6th. So that made my future clear to me that endurance was going to be the decision I'd stay with. So no sprinting for me, no Keirin for me, and I'm actually quite glad with that, because don't really like sprinting myself. It's very entertaining to watch, but personally, pursuing and endurance racing, that's where it's at.
as you can see on the screen, you can see some of the qualifying standards and national records. Unfortunately, nobody made it in the Flying 200 today, but I mean, still there will be. That's a very tough standard to get. 9.8 is top-notch stuff. I think only 2 or 3 riders have ever gone under that. Actually, I think only Jack Carlin, who I've seen in the track centre milling about today. I think he currently holds the Scottish national record. Did it I think in Tokyo, 9.2.
I must have been. Great guy. Met him many a time. Got lots of insight, experience. Knowledge. Would be a good guy to have you as your mentor.
Yeah, very much. One of the nicest guys going as well. Absolutely wishing him all the best, and great to see him still involved in cycling, even though he's hung up his wheels. He's involved in Commonwealth Games as well, which obviously are in this very velodrome in just 7 months' time, which is scary when I think about it. And that's I'm sure many of the athletes will be having a bit of a sleepless night, hopefully not for recovery purposes, obviously. Thinking about that. We've had, as I said, the female kilometre a little bit earlier, which saw Ellie Stone. She nearly she got very close to the Scottish record, which was set by Nia Evans at the European Championships earlier this year. That was a 107.1. She did a 107.6, which is pretty good going. This is not actually, surprisingly, it isn't actually the fastest track for setting a time, given how steep the bends are. It's built more for sprint and exciting sprinting rather than setting times. So seeing riders being able to get good times is really a testament to the effort that's gone in here compared to, say, a track like Manchester, which is probably more conducive to quick times. I don't know, in your experience, has your PBs been here, been Manchester?
So my kilo PB was broken in Manchester, but my pursuit was set here in Glasgow. 106 in the kilo. I was quite happy with that, but I felt as though I could go better. I think the track is just more suited to time trialling and stuff like that in Manchester than it is here. Longer straights, of course, in Glasgow. So, there's always there's still work to be done. The biggest difference is in the legs. So, looking forward to a bit more racing. Got kilo tomorrow as well. And then my next pursuit is, I believe, or my next 3K pursuit is in Apeldoorn in January. So that's going to be an experience in itself. Hopefully I can go below 3 minutes 18 seconds. I'll be very pleased with that. So,
Apeldoorn, of course, if you're unfamiliar, is where the next gen meet is hosted every January. So some of the best junior riders from around the world racing there. Scotland sends a team, which is always really good. I think it's really, really good that Scotland's in the team as well as the GB team there. So there's quite a lot of Scotch racing. Erin Buffman won 7 races there this year, which is quite incredible. There seems to be it's one that I think Scotch riders have always done quite well at that next gen meet.
Of course.
Were you there in January this year?
I was there January this year. To be honest with you, I can't really remember most of my performances.
All a blur.
Sorry?
All a blur.
Yeah, it was all a blur. It was great, just getting to experience that high level of racing, best it can be, basically. And I remember we went 4 minutes and 13 seconds, I believe it was, off the top of my head in the team pursuit. But yeah, I reckon that'll be smashed next time we go. We're aiming for, or me, Sam Martin, Zach Barber, Colin Johnston and Fraser Gemmell be aiming to go 4 minutes and 5 seconds or below that if we can, and I'll be over the moon if we achieve that.
Definitely one to look forward to as well. So no, it's taking it easy over Christmas then. No fun for Christmas over here.
Well, no fun, but that doesn't mean no food. I'm going to be carb loading.
Festive 500 getting ridden.
Maybe, I don't know. I've actually since about like the beginning of November, I've not been out on my road bike. I've done every single ride on my turbo or on the track. So I've gotten used to staring at a wall for best part of 2 hours maybe. So.
Do you get sort of PTSD when you hear the Zwift music come on at the minute? Or?
Well, I've been broadening my music taste over the times that I've been on the turbo. I've managed to culminate a whole new playlist about 5 minutes long of an entirely new genre of music. So that'll be one for the warm up today.
Yeah, I dread to think what your Spotify Wrapped looks like.
Oh, it's brilliant, man.
I got age 61 in mine, so that's
I got
what you want.
I think it was 67 off the top of my head. So
that's I think there's some weird sorcery going on there.
Yeah,
it's one of those things. It says
must
my
be
top.
AI.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Top artists are all in the last 10 years, and then it comes at like age 67. I'm like,
aye,
not quite sure that one works.
interesting.
Yeah, interesting, very much so.
It's what the fans want, though, isn't it?
Exactly. Do apologise. Still got no racing. We don't really know where the issue is. We do know it's with the timing. Basically, the timing strips have had to be replaced as they can get worn away across the weekend. It's one of these things that just tends to happen in a championship when you've got so many races over a day and over a week. It tends to happen. But we'll probably take a little break from commentary. We'll be back when we have some racing, hopefully, in the next few minutes.
And you know,
And we are racing. Sorry for the small delay there in the commentary. Literally, of course, as soon as I go downstairs, we'll fill up my water bottle. The racing actually starts. VC, Aster, and Underside C are our first team out in this first heat, long delayed first heat of the female team pursuit. In this we have Fiona Walker, Karen Graham, Sharon Robb, and Carol Dick. And joining me in the commentary box for another person who's had quite a good Friday night, I think it's fair to say. Logan McLean, how are you getting on?
I'm doing all right. Yeah, I'm a bit tired from all the caffeine from last night, but I'm super excited for the points race today. Something that'd suit me a bit more. But yeah, it's good to be in the commentary booth.
Yeah, very much a little booth hidden away behind some temporary stands at the end of the front straight that we've got here, the home straight. TP, it's not really an event I would sort of associate you with, but you've run a fair number of TPs, probably as a youth and a junior, I imagine?
Yeah, I did do British TP champs as a junior with the spokes team, and there was some, pretty decent names in that team. There was Oscar and Aaron and Adam as well, so we did all right there, but I actually think I went quicker last night by myself than I did when I was a junior in the team.
It's quite interesting that the individual pursuit record is faster than the team pursuit record.
Yeah,
which is quite an odd quirk of the.
That definitely needs to be changed sometime soon.
Well, we had Brodie up here about 10 minutes ago, and he was saying that he's pretty much looking forward to trying to break the record tomorrow morning for when the open team pursuits going on. I think it's 4:09 is the record.
I mean, the juniors are quick, like I've been training with them a lot. There's a lot of bright futures with that group, and I'd be more surprised if they didn't break it, to be honest. They train hard, they like blend together well, and yeah, I think that'll be a good race to watch for sure.
Right now, obviously, we have VC, Aster, and Underside C. They're the first team out in this female team pursuit. They're actually riding quite well together, keeping some decent form. I think you probably say it could be a little bit closer at times, but I think that's just probably a lack of practice. I would suspect. I don't know what you would think.
For sure, there's a lot of skill involved. I mean, these ladies are doing well just now. I think are they coming up for the finish here? I don't know how many laps to go. Oh no, they were doing changes. Oh, it's really starting to split up now.
Yeah, starting to split up. I think
it doesn't help that the two leads in the back, they don't have the double disc or the aero bars. It's not going to help matters. But they're doing a good job though, staying together.
Yeah, I was going to say it's a very much as I think they've just clocked there that probably need to just slow up and wait. It's obviously the third rider across the line, as we still have a few laps to go. In this 4 kilometre team pursuit, obviously it's up from 3 kilometres to 4 kilometres. As we can just see Ali there on the track, just getting them to get a bit closer. They do train here, obviously. Most weeks through the Women's Track Fund. How much of the team pursuit is just riding together in practice and just getting that technique?
For sure, it's everything. You've got to know each other's strengths. Do you know what I mean? Like, you got to know who can go fast where. Do you know what I mean? Who can pull longer turns, who can't, who can start quick. It's just getting to know each other, and if one of the riders is on a bad day, you need to be able to know how to adapt from that and just keep it together, keep it as one unit. Do you know what I mean? There's no I in teams, so you're only as good as your worst rider, so you have to keep it grouped.
Just see the lead rider there waiting up. I think that's Fiona Walker, but I can't quite tell. I think that's them. Just came across the line. Yeah, we're still waiting on a time for teams. The timing screen's not. I think they've gone back to manual timing today, just because of the issues with the Swiss timing that we had earlier for the little delay in proceedings. But next up on the track, we will have the team from VC, Aster, Underside B. So that's Catherine Logan, Jeanette Tate, Deborah Ferns, and Zara Mayer. Zara Mayer won the gold medal in the 50 plus 2K pursuit a little bit earlier today. A really exciting final between her and Jude Patterson, who will be riding actually for Vel Kus in the fourth heat a little bit later on.
It'll be interesting to see if she's got any fatigue in the legs from those 2 rides.
I was just going to say, if we do 3 or 4 pursuits in a day, how testing is that on the legs and the lactic acid and just general fatigue?
Oh, for sure. It builds up over the days, especially like trying to back up your ride from earlier on. You know, it's hard. You've just got to make sure you recover well, get on the turbo as soon as possible after the ride, and make sure that you take maybe a longer time to warm up for your second ride. So, but I'm sure these ladies know all that. They'll know what they're doing. So, they'll hopefully go out here and put out a good ride.
Yeah, I think it's obviously it's great to see at Scottish Championships we've got quite a big variety of both ages and not necessarily abilities. I was going to say the standard does seem to be getting stronger and stronger every year, but it's good to see everyone from juniors up to 50 plus racing in these pursuits, and especially pursuits where you can do.
Oh yeah, I think it's great. You know, it's nice to see. There's been so many entries and so many people that are like out here and wanting to race at like such a high level, and it's really great to see. But this looks like a good start. Yeah, they're all grouped together, so they'll just get settled in, and then they're getting into the bunch bars now, and the aero bars, sorry. But they're all on aero bars this time, all on disc wheels. So I think hopefully they should stay pretty grouped together and start pulling some good turns.
Yeah, I think it does help when you are all on similar or identical equipment. Just makes things a little bit smoother, and you can kind of just see from the changes. And I know it's easier to say after a couple of laps, but you can see how smooth the changes have been so far, and they are a lot closer together.
Yeah, these ladies look absolutely dialed. They're looking great.
A lot of these riders raced in the Masters Worlds. Madison Worlds.
Oh, in Roubaix, was it?
Roubaix, yeah. I think a lot of the kind of riders, especially the Velo Kus team we'll see later. I think they all raced. I think they raced together actually in the Masters.
Oh right, okay, yeah.
I can't remember what medal they got. I think they did get a medal, but I can't remember for the life of me what it was. We'll just see them crossing the line.
But that'll be massive amounts of experience for them as well. Like this will be, I mean, there won't be as much pressure here as there was in Roubaix, that's for sure. Like racing, I've never raced at a World Championship, so I wouldn't be able to comment on that. But I could imagine the pressure and the level is huge. So, and you can tell from this group of ladies that they're all dialed in. Like they've done this before. They look comfortable. They're moving up to the red in the straights, and should be darting back down to the black in the bankings. So that's what needs to be done.
Why a rider might do that, whereas we do that in the team pursuit?
So the quickest line around the track is in the black. So you want to get a bit of a rush into the banking, only slight, and it just keeps it smooth. If you hit the black line in the bankings and then slowly out of the bankings move up onto the red, it takes a bit of the steam off the bank. Well, that's probably not the right word. It keeps it more smooth, and it's easier for like the back rider to hang on.
I was going to say, a track like Glasgow compared to say Manchester, as we were discussing with Brodie earlier, is that this isn't built for pursuits per se. It's kind of more focused towards sprint. So it does feel like there's more of an elevation change between the bends and the straights here.
Yeah, I mean I love Glasgow. I like how steep the bankings are. It does, especially for like something
spoken well and truly like a bunch rider there.
Yeah, I love how steep you can really dive down and get a lot of speed very quickly. And to be honest, yeah, I still think this track can be good for team pursuit, because you also don't have to soar over the banking as much. You can really scrub the speed off to then come straight back down, so it makes the changes a lot smoother. Yeah, but all tracks are certainly different, especially like that 166 track in Geneva. God, the bankings, you'd hit them and you could just feel yourself getting pushed into the banking. You really had to fight it.
I was meaning to ask you about Geneva. You were at the Quatre Jours de Genève, which I'm going to continue saying in French purely just to annoy our Ria, our performance coordinator, because she's a French speaker and does not appreciate the French pronunciation. That
wasn't too bad either. That wasn't too bad.
Yeah, no. If it was in German, I think I'd probably do that one all right. But the French is my French is non-existent. you got 2 podiums there in the C1s. You got a podium in the. I think you're 7th, sorry, overall in the 4-day.
Yeah.
Racing with Will Perrott. How much did you enjoy racing in Switzerland, and how much have you enjoyed the sort of process for Commonwealth Games qualification, going about the place? I think you've seen you in Italy, seen you in Switzerland. You've been racing all the C2s in London.
I mean, I've absolutely loved it. You know, I've really chased it. I've gone, like, I've had a lot of support from my team. One Life Cycle, they've done a lot for me, like racing in Italy, and also like Prague. That was a brilliant race for me. Like the Omnium just really went to plan. It's also nice just racing like the best guys in the world. You know, like, and the boy who won in Prague, he went on to win the Scratch Worlds this year. And there's like, when I was racing in Geneva as well, there's just like guys who have raced in Olympics that like a year ago, and you know they just it's so great racing like the best guys and learning from them, and trying to beat them too. You know, it's been so fun. A bit stressful at times, but mostly fun. You know, just like I love racing and I just do what's natural to me. You know.
As we see, just coming into the final lap here, just hearing the bell, down to 3 riders. Obviously, that's not an issue.
No,
that's kind of what you want, isn't it?
That's probably planned as well. So, the rider who bailed there, she definitely probably done a longer stint or pushed a bit harder to get them further up, like a bit quicker, and now her job's done. So, coming in, the 3 of them, and they've moved up the track, and there we go.
I think it was about 5:37 that from the team from Aster Anderside B, so 5 minutes and 37 seconds. Next up will be the team from Glasgow University. There's a very much probably closer to an under-23 team, would probably say. Beatrix Keelman, Molly Evans, Tess Byrne, Kira Stoney, Yas McPhail. I don't know which 4 of those riders are the ones that are actually racing. They have 5 listed, so they could in theory swap out and whatnot, but I'm sure we'll get sort of confirmation as they go. So 2 riders there, Molly and Tess, who both ride for Solas Cycling on the road at Scotia.
That's a really rising team now, isn't it? They've been doing great, and I know the Athlete Lab, they support that team as well, and they do a really good job coaching the girls, and I can't wait to see how they get on next year. Like, I think they're going to fly. With that experience as well backing them, like, they're going to fly.
I was just going to say that, actually, just taking the words right out of my mouth about the Athlete Lab there. That's Cam Richardson and Becky Story's coaching company.
Yes,
Becky Story, who now riding for Picnic Postinel, which seems to be the thing. If you've got any connection to Scotland, you end up riding for Picnic. Cam Richardson, who used to ride for Scotland, part of the PD programme, now more in the coaching role. Still keeping himself active, still see him out on the bikes, both living out in Girona, and I'm very jealous of them for doing so.
Oh no, he's living the life, Cameron. I mean, he's got so much experience in multiple sports, you know, like world duathlon champion when he was a junior. Like, not many people get to call themselves a world champion, but he certainly does. And yeah, he's when he was doing this as well, like the pursuit and then the track and the road, he was like a regular household name in the Scotland scene. And you're in safe hands if Cameron's coaching there, that's for sure.
I remember I had him down as the favourite to win the 2021 Scottish Road Race Championships. First race I worked.
Was that Suey?
That was Suey. Yeah. He was flying that day. I think it was just 1 lap too far for him in the end.
I think so, but I think the problem was that day Cameron and Finn were too busy looking at each other the whole day, and the race got away from them.
David Duggan.
Yeah.
To win. It was just I think the only person to win road and mountain bike downhill national titles, which is quite a rare duo.
That is a very rare duo, but you still have to go quick down the other side of Suey.
Yes, I mean, that's descent. I know I used to live up there. That's ridden that in 3 feet of snow before. That's a bit sketchy. I can tell you that for free. But lovely part of the world, that near Rafford. Glasgow University just get underway. Team of 4, all on the bunch bars. No pursuit bars. But I mean, as long as you think you're on identical equipment, obviously, if you're going for the super quick time, then you obviously do want to be on the pursuit bars, but nothing wrong with the bunch bars if you're strong riding as a 4.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think it's nice to see a university team as well. You know, these girls are probably more focused on their studies, but they're also getting about. Yeah, they're getting about and they're giving this a go, and it's so great to see. And like just looking actually at the track now, like they're going pretty quick. So this could be a really good time.
Yeah, 5:37 was the time of VC Astana, so we'll get confirmation. It might be a second either way. We've not got the time checks coming through that we normally do because of the issue of the timing system. But
from people holding our riders, and we are really, really grateful for that. If you have been holding and you're able to, could you stay at the home straight for the next 3 heats? Just to give us that little bit
yeah, we've got Beatrix Kilman, who rides for Royal Albert. She rides cyclocross as well, cyclocross rider, a bit on the road as well. So it's good to see kind of multi-discipline riders coming in, and I think that's one of the things university cycling, certainly my experience was you saw riders come from other disciplines, or maybe they've tried other sports, and there was a lot of rowers that came into cycling as well, and that's kind of how they get started in racing.
Yeah, for sure. I think when you're young, you've just got to do a bit of everything. It's so important to do like cyclocross, road. It's so important just to do everything, because like on the cyclocross you're going to learn so many skills that you would never learn on the road or like the track, but they do translate over, don't they? And you become more of a complete rider. I mean, like look at Cammy Mason. He's an out and out cyclocross rider, and then he goes ahead and wins the British Crit Championships this year, and
Scottish
it's like
travel champion as well.
Yeah,
of course.
It all translates over, and it's so important when you're young. Just do everything you can on a bike. You know, if you get an opportunity to ride the track, or you get an opportunity to ride the BMX, just do it. You know, you got nothing to lose.
The quartet still riding pretty strong here actually, and staying fairly close together as well. Little small gaps opening up out the bends, but it's coming back together on the straights, which is what you want to see. Which is exactly what you want to see, and I think that's them. They're more than halfway through, and I think they actually are slightly quicker so far. Certainly from an eyeball test, anyway. I mean, don't have the checks to give you, but they are slightly quicker than VC Aster and their side B. Try saying that 3 times. I think, obviously we did touch upon SOAS as well. I saw Millie Thompson down the track earlier. She's another rider who's been riding for SOAS, won a couple of Kermesses in Belgium when they went over to race earlier in the year. She's racing in the bunch races a little bit later on. It is really good to see a team like that competing and giving riders a bit of an extra platform, because not every rider, when they're junior or under 23, go straight into being like a UCI level rider, and it gives them that kind of stepping stone.
Yeah, 100%. I seen they were out doing a training. They were at a training camp. I can't really remember where was it. Do you know where the training camp was?
I cannot remember either, but I know they're away to go on another training camp to, I think, Mallorca as well.
Right, there you go.
Maybe Mallorca. Maybe I'm chatting utter rubbish with that. So
but the fact that they're like blending as a group, learning from each other, they're all progressing together, and no, it's really good to see. But it'll lead on to when they start racing together on the road. They can work together. Their tactics can be better, and it's just nice, the stepping stone. And it's nice to see in Scotland that there's a really strong women's team like that, like bonding well and ripping up the scene hopefully next year.
Hope so. Down to 3, that's Molly Evans and Tess Byrne are both 2 of the 3, two SOAS riders. Can't quite tell who the third rider is. I think it's Beatrix Heelman, but don't quote me on that. It's a tough discipline, this one. I think this race to judge when your fourth rider is going to drop off, especially as you have to deal with fatigue of riders. You don't know if anyone's going to go super deep. How would you kind of decide that? Is it, would you say there's a rule of thumb, or would you kind of
it would normally be predetermined. It kind of depends who's starting. If you've got a really punchy rider who's starting the IP, they might get us up to speed super quick, but they might not have the gas near the end, and it'd all be predetermined. They'll pull a really fast, hard turn, maybe do 2 laps, and then they're gone, and then that'll be them, and we already know that in advance.
Just hearing the bell there, I think that they might just be outside that time by VC Aster and their side B. I think they just kind of slowed up in the last kilometre or so.
They're still pressing on, though. The girl in the front's really giving it a lot here to try and get to the line as fast as possible.
I think, yeah, just outside. That's going to be a 5:44, I think, when they cross the line there. So just outside the time of VC Aston inside B, who were roughly a 4:37. They were a 4:37.50, and they were just outside that time there. Next up is the team from Velo Ecus. Whatever the French pronunciation for Scotland is. Bike Scotland, there you go. That's what we're calling them. Bike Scotland.
Your French isn't getting any better,
no,
is
it's
it?
Not, it's not. Radvan Schottland, there we go. In this team is Elizabeth Wisdish, Gillian Anderson, Donna Clayton, Jude Patterson and Christine McKenzie. I think I certainly know Jude, Christina and Gillian, I think they're all racing. I'm not quite sure who the fourth rider is. I'm sure we'll try and work that one out when they come up on the track and just see them take over there.
This looks like some World Championship bands up on the track now.
So Jude must be Jude Patterson, the World Championships band, so she must be the world champion in this discipline. Always good to see a rainbow jersey.
Yeah, that
always
is mint. There's definitely two down there with some World Champs bands. That's so cool to see. I love that.
Yeah, 2 world champions in this event, which is great. This is a World Masters Championships jerseys. Not quite sure they're supposed to be riding in them, but don't think we're going to.
I don't see anything wrong with that. I'm all for that. I love it.
Well, I'm sure they can pay the 50 Swiss francs fine. But underway for this quartet. 3 riders from RT23 in this team, and
2 riders at the front of the string are wearing their shiny new rainbow jerseys.
So 3 riders from RT23 in this, as well as Jude Patterson, who rides for Team Otion Avis. I've got that wrong about 10 times in terms of pronunciation. But
that looked like a 25-second start. That looked quick.
They do look very well drilled. You can tell those rainbow bands were not just given out, they were earned. Really strong stuff on the front now. Jude is just pacing really strongly here, actually, which is what you want to see.
Yeah, this looks really dialed. They're really close to each other's back wheels, and yeah, they look on it. I think this is going to be a quick time. The World Champs bands, that's going to be a giveaway for how quick they're going to go. But yeah, no, this looks great. And the lady in the front here, she's taken a bit of a longer turn just to try and get them up to speed before they probably go. There we go, she's changed now. So yeah, very good start.
Yeah, it's something that you would say you can see here is that they are a team that has practiced together.
Oh, 100%.
And you can just see how close they are, and occasionally just coming out there, but just making sure there's not an overlapping wheel, which is obviously the big worry in teams. You do see it quite often. The riders just overlap wheels.
Yeah.
Accidentally. I think it's one of the most foolish crashes you do see out there. Is the fourth rider going down. I think it happened at Common Games actually with New Zealand a few years ago. Speaking of Commonwealth Games, last night, obviously, as we said, made that 4:18. It's 4:6. You needed a 4:24, and you came away with a 4:15.8 to get your final standard. How was that? You must be absolutely buzzing.
Yeah, no, that was really special. I was just I knew I had it in me, but I didn't know whether I had it in me today. I got a bit sick after Geneva, and it's just it all came together. I've been working really hard with the coaches here, and it's just kind of nice to be able to do it in Scotland as well, with all the Scotland coaches around, and it just feels like a group project, trying to get me under that A time. So super happy, and it's ticked another box. So I'm gonna keep pressing on. I really want to get a medal in one of the bunch races at the British Nationals later on starting next year, or even in the Madison with Will Perrott. So I'm just loving it. I'm super happy, and I'm glad the hard work's paying off.
I mean, it does feel like you've had a bit of a European tour recently. Obviously, Prague, Italy,
yeah,
Switzerland. I mean, I'm pretty sure I've not gone as far as that when I've gone on my football travels.
I wouldn't be so sure. You seem to go out all over Europe for chasing the football. So
And North America now, it seems.
yeah, that there to.
But yeah, I've just seen one of the riders kind of drop off there. So just down to 3. It's Jude Patterson still leading the way on the front, really strong. But they seem to know what they're doing. That seemed a bit more. That seemed almost scheduled rather than.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I can tell that it was the one who's bailed there. She actually started the pursuit, so she'd had a lot of lactic acid in the legs to get it going, and that was definitely planned. You know, that would have been her job, a very important job, trying to get the pursuit up to speed, and she can now enjoy her rest and maybe prepare for is there finals later on, or
I think so, yeah.
if they can get into the final spot, which I think they can. They're going pretty quick. We'll soon see.
So the 3 left in this is Elizabeth Wisdish, Christina McKenzie, and Jude Patterson. I think that's Christina just coming onto the front now. Christina very. She rode Land's End to John O'Groats.
Yeah, I know Christina. She was in Sturm Bike Club.
Of course.
Years ago when I first started out in cycling, and yeah, she's really talented, isn't she? She's done so much in time trials, and I mean the track as well. Like you can see like the depth she's got in racing. She's absolutely flying.
So here in the bell with 5:06 gone, this looks like it probably will be the new quickest time. The 3 of them just starting to fall apart a little bit, or starting to fall away from each other, but doing really well there. I think Liz is just keeping on to Christina's wheel there, which is really, really good as they come across the line. This is
starting to swing up the track as well.
This is the time of, I think that was 5:27. I think that was roughly 5:27.
That was a tidy finish too. The 3 women, they all swung up at the track at the right time so they can come across the line together. That was really neat.
That's a time of 5:27 there, which seems to be our new quickest time by the looks of it. Strong ride from the team from Velo Equus. I think we'll probably be seeing them a little bit later on, hopefully. The VC Aster Anderside A and the Scotland National Junior Development Team, Scotland Mixed Team, are the final 2 teams to go. I think they know that they need to go inside 5:27 in order to qualify for the gold medal final a little bit later on today. In this VC Aster Anderside A team, we have Catherine Logan, Joanne Baxter, Gillian Harding, and Lorna Lumley. Just see them getting ready to come onto the track. Huge thanks to all the volunteers, by the way, this week. I think without racing, without volunteers, racing wouldn't be possible. I was going to say without racing, volunteers wouldn't be possible, which I don't think that quite works.
No, I mean, no, we can't do it without the volunteers and all that. They really, it's brilliant to see, and they really, yeah. I mean, as a bike racer, we can't thank you enough, and we can't do it without you. So, I mean, British and Scottish cycling are all built around volunteers for all the races, you know. So they work tirelessly to get the races going, and yeah, no, it's greatly appreciated, and thank you very much.
We just got confirmation there that the time was 5:27.9 from Velo Equus. Just double and triple check that for a few issues with the timing system today, as we can just see the countdown for this quartet from VC Aster Anderside. And underway, I think this is we've got 3 riders here on what we call pursuit bars, and 1 on the bunch bars. Not a bad start though, just getting up to speed. How important is getting the start drills? Because obviously if you take a kind of smaller gear, you can get up to speed quicker, but then your leg speed will suffer later on. And I think a lot of riders here, especially in the sort of masters, it tends to be they tend to prefer to go for bigger gearing. Yeah,
I mean, start's crucial. That was one of my biggest problems was trying to get my start nailed. It's something that I hadn't done a lot of, and I was able to hold the splits in training, but as soon as it came to the start, I was just putting too much lactic in the legs, and I had to work really hard with the coaches to try and figure out a way to do it as efficient as possible without losing too much time. And Evan gave me a clear bit of information. He goes, sprint to the 200 metre start banner as fast as you can, and then cruise into it. And that seemed to work. I mean, I got a lot of help from Ryan, the sprint coach, as well, and how to position my feet, holding the handlebars, and like so much knowledge with these coaches, and it's been greatly appreciated. And I mean, I worked yesterday, so yeah, at the start is crucial, and these ladies look like they did get to a good start. To be fair, they're all dialed together. They're looking quite cruisy. To be fair, they don't look like they're in too much pain yet. I'm sure the pain's going to come for them later on, but just now they're looking good.
Yeah, it does look like there's been quite a solid pace from the outset here from VC Aston Underside A. Obviously 3 teams, as I said, from VC Aston Underside, all coached by Ali. As you can see, he's running the line, giving the time checks in the end of the home straight. Just 1 team on the track actually for TP qualifying. We'll have 2 on the track for the final. Potentially teams getting caught and whatnot, which is always exciting.
That is always exciting.
Just telling them just to make sure that they slow up at the front, just to make sure they all stay together. They're just about staying together at the minute, not too stretched out, but it is a worry, I think, if you're 2 kilometres in and it's starting to stretch out, that it could be really bad coming the end of the 16 laps.
You're 100% right, and you've just got to try and stay as regimented as possible. Like everything you've done in training, don't overreach. Like you know in your head how much you can do, and you've just got to stick to the script. And with a kilometre to go, if you feel great, that's the time to overreach and really push, because you can't do too much damage in the last kilometre if you really go for it. So,
just coming up to the halfway mark here, the team from VC Aston Underside A, with just under 3 minutes as they came across the finish line, or the timing line there. Obviously, there's 2 finish lines in track cycling. If you're new to track cycling, there's a kind of finish line which is used for bunch racing and sprint racing, which is the kind of traditional finish line, and then there's this timing line which is slightly further back in the track, which is used for pursuits. Effectively, the reason for that, if you're a bit unsure as why we have 2, is so riders can actually get up to speed on the straights in the pursuits, rather than going straight into a bend off the start gate. Just see the front rider there, just starting to ride a little bit quicker, just being told to calm it there. But the other 3 have stayed well together, and it's not unrecoverable, certainly at this point. Just coming up there, as we just see the rider from VC Aston Underside A, and another rider comes through. I think they'll be looking at that time from Glasgow University as the team to try and best. I think their time it was 5:44, I think I've got written down there. That'll be where they're looking to. That could probably get them into the bronze final. I think that'll probably be their aim.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot to aim for. If you're maybe not quite onto the pace for the gold or silver, you can really fight hard to try and get into that bronze final, and you never know, you might find that bit more gas in the final to really chase down a medal, and so it's always important to push the line in the qualifier.
Yeah, as we just see, they're into the final 3 laps now of this 4 kilometre team pursuit. It is a long 16 laps, isn't it? It's not the easiest event in the world.
No, that is for sure. They're going to be really feeling it now. It's going to be very painful in the legs. You've just got to try and keep the head in the game. It's going to be done in 2 laps. So just fight that lactate and just hang on for dear life, really.
Just hearing the bell now from this trio from VC, Astor and their side. The quartet was Lorna Lumley, Gillian Harding, Joanne Baxter and Catherine Logan.
I was just about to say that was a really big turn there from Lumley. Like she was on the front there for quite a while, and she needs to. There she goes. She's sprinting for the line. Boom.
Yeah, just about 6 minutes. Just in that. I think just inside 6 minutes. We'll wait for confirmation from the timing people, as we just see that. I think that was the time from VC Astor Anderson B. It's just popped up on our screen there, even though it does say Velocus of 5:37.9, which is the second time at the minute. We think that we're going to have to wait and see if that's enough for the bronze final. I suspect it may not be. We are waiting for our final team though. This is the Scotland mixed team. This is a kind of junior development team, junior/U23 development team here of Eva Murphy, Kayla Dinnan, Neve Campbell-Williams and Lucy Sweeney. Lucy Sweeney, as you said, a youth riding up, which is always,
really?
I believe so. I think that's what Brodie was saying earlier.
Any relation to Jamie Sweeney?
I'm not going to answer that. I think so, but I'm not sure.
Okay.
Don't quote me on that. Put me on the spot there, Logan. That's poor research from me. Kayla Dinnan, riding for FTP Potential Racing this year. She's a very strong rider. I think she came from triathlon, came into cycling a couple of years ago. From Dumfries, used to ride for Dumfries CC. I know she's got a training camp next week. Her and Millie Thompson are off to Calpe, which I'm very jealous of them.
Oh, so am I. That sounds lush. Here we go.
And it's Jenny Halls actually. That looks like Jenny Halls actually taken, or is that Neve Williams in the?
I think it's Jenny.
Jenny. No, sorry. Yes, I did. I just got a text from Lucia Steele saying.
Yeah, I did think that. I was like, that looks like Jenny.
Jenny
it was the pink
in.
shoes.
It
was the pink shoes.
Pulled out. That's what's
right.
Okay. Jenny Hall. So,
well, they've got a phenomenal backup all of a sudden. No.
So yeah, time of 5:27.9. I think that's one that they're definitely aiming to beat. But they also have the Scottish record potentially. That's 4:42 in this event, which is not out with the realms of possibility. But they are very well drilled. You can see immediately.
Oh, the
speed differential.
Yeah,
and
they're flying.
And he'll fly. And this is not a team that's ridden together much. The other three have. Jenny, I don't believe has rode with this trio.
That's Jenny on the front now.
Yeah,
you can see the experience and
the numerous
the strength.
Paralympic para medals and Paralympic.
And the
golds.
tandems, like she's so strong, and
she was also British scratch race champion. I think 2 years ago as well.
Yeah,
and so she can do it as well, both on tandem and on
100%
the sort of standard bike. So yeah,
she's going to have some sore legs though. The pursuits
done a
pursuits
lot of
last night
so
and the
far,
Keela today, she's going to have some. So it's hard to really tell. She's absolutely ripping it apart here on the front. But
bronze medal, last night in the pursuit. Did the kilo earlier, and now doing the team pursuit here, and I think she's racing in the points race scratch race, a little bit later on today. So we just see one of the riders dropping off. I think that's Lucy Sweeney who's just dropped off there.
Thought that was Lucia. I was reading out the time splits for the girls here.
It is, of course, it will be Lucia Steele who's reading out the time splits. Performance pathway coach here at Scottish Cycling, and with British Cycling as well. She splits the time between both of us. Ex-Commonwealth rider, lot of experience.
Oh, tons.
Yeah,
tons.
Brilliant amount of knowledge she can impart on the riders.
And I'd say she's an even better coach. She's been given a lot of good pointers, and she definitely knows what she's talking about. Like she's so good at what she's doing just now, and yeah, she was actually reading my splits out to me last night in the final, and yeah, crystal clear, like full confidence in what she was doing. So
she is she's certainly super enthusiastic about her coaching and provides a great amount of knowledge to all of our riders. It's just been a great fit coming straight from ending our performance career into the coaching career.
129 Ellie Stone, Maddie, Iona and Ellie to the home straight.
We do have a team sprint record attempt just after this, which you might have heard on the tannoy there from Colin, who's doing the commentary in the arena. This three still riding really well together. The three of, I think it's Jenny, Kayla, and I think that is Eva, who is the last rider on the back, but I can't quite tell from here. It looks like Eva. No, sorry, it's Lucy. It's Lucy's the last rider on the back. I think it's Eva that's just dropped off. So Lucy Sweeney is the last rider on the back. Speaking of Lucia, she did actually lose one of her national records last night from the team sprint, which also brings us into the next race. But she's still got the old team sprint, the 500 metre. Her and Lucy Grant have got the still have that standing 500 team sprint, which is a record I don't think will necessarily go very anytime soon. Now the team sprint has changed from 2 to 3 riders.
Oh, I think you're right.
But yeah, strong ride so far from this three. You can just see how well drilled they are.
They're working really well together.
Yeah, it's the aero position you see that Kayla's holding. I think she can sit at a power and just really knows how to hold it. I've seen her behind the motorbike during the sessions here. Obviously, you've been in those sessions as well. And as they hit the bell here, 4:32 so far as they hit the bell. This is going to be the quickest time by quite a way. Don't think it's going to quite be a Scottish record, but it's not going to be a million miles outside it. It's just hit the final half lap here. They're definitely going to be under 5 minutes. It's going to be our new fastest time, certainly, as the three come across the line here, and they set a time of about 4:51, we think. So 4 minutes 51 seconds.
That's going to be hard to beat in the final, isn't it?
It's a very hard time to beat, and that's an excellent ride from the Scotland select side that included Jenny Hall, Eva Murphy, Kayla Dinnan and Lucy Sweeney. Well, that was a pretty strong ride. I'm going to let you go away now. Logan,
right.
You're going to give you your break. You've got some racing to go and prep for. Thanks so much for coming in the commentary
No, it's
box.
been a pleasure. I've loved it, and I'd love to do some more commentary. This has been great, and it's really good to see how well the ladies have been doing in their team pursuit. There was some quick riding there, and it's got me motivated to do some team pursuit. That's for sure. So I'm gonna.
You just said that on the record, so I'm going to clip this to Ev and send it to him and just make sure he's happy with that.
100%. I'd love to do some team pursuit. Right.
Cool.
I'll see you all later.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thanks very much for joining us, Logan. Logan, we'll see Logan a little bit later in the points race. As we can just see here now, this is the team sprint. This is the team sprint record attempt. They set a great time last night, 48.6. They broke the national record. If they can do it again, if they can go under 48.972, that is a Team Scotland Commonwealth Games standard they need to hit. That if they hit that, then that will make all three riders in the team sprint eligible for selection for next summer's game. So this is a really big. It's not a national championship, but it is a big time to. It is a big time to take an effort. So in this team, in P1, I think we have Mary. Sorry, I think P1 we have Mary Silcock. Yeah, P1 we've got Mary Silcock. P2 we've got Iona Moyer. And P3 we've got Ellie Stone. These are three top riders. Iona and Ellie were at Commonwealth Games in Birmingham 2022. Maddie looking to make her debut in Glasgow 2026. Physio by day as well. If you want to see a day in life, you can of her as she balances training and whatnot and what she eats. There's a great little Instagram reel you can see on the Scottish Cycling Instagram account she made for us. We can just see Evan Oliphant and Lucia Steele holding the riders there. We can just see Ryan Latewood there in the track centre looking ominously. And we get the OK from the commissaire. The countdown starts. Right, and underway for this female team sprint record attempt. As we just see, Maddie Silcock gets a great start off of P1, and she is just getting away, leading out Iona Moyer, who will be leading out Ellie Stone in this free rider event. And as we just see, Maddie just pulls up, Iona takes over, and that's a strong start, 19.5 start. That's what we're looking to see. Anything sub 20 the first lap is pretty decent. As they come down for the second of 3 laps, Iona building up the advantage. She's coming across the line under 34 seconds, 33.638 for 500 metres. Ellie Stone to finish it off. She won the kilometre time trial earlier today. She has been riding really well this week. Can she complete this record attempt? As they come across the line, and it is a 48.422. That is a new Scottish record provisionally. That's an excellent ride from the free riders. That's exactly what they were looking for, and that is a Team Scotland standard and a Scottish national record. Exactly what we want to see, and all free riders will be very happy with that. And it's another record that's fallen. It has been a very, very quick week here at the Emirates Arena at the Scrassoy Velodrome in East End of Glasgow. And that is another Scottish record to fall. And they don't have long to recover, because they are away to do a Keirin semi-final in just a few minutes' time. But that was an excellent ride from the free Scottish track sprinters.
So there'll just be a little pause while we get the derny up and allow people who were in.
We are going to take a quick little break. I don't know how long, probably only about 5 minutes or so, for the female Keirin round 1.
Qualifying time for the Commonwealth Games. Well done, guys.
Just confirmation there that was within the time of Commonwealth Games standard, 48.422. So that Iona and Ellie already had 2 standards eligible for qualification, but that's Maddie's second standard eligible as well, so she will join them, and they all 3 will be hoping to join Lauren Bell, who was selected for Team Scotland earlier this week, alongside Katie Archibald and Mark Stewart. So if either of the 3 of you are watching, then welcome and congratulations. We will be back in a few minutes, just as they prepare for the female Keirin first round. Right, so you can hear the purr of the Derny, which can only mean one thing. It is the female Keirin that is coming up. Always a favourite of mine anyway. Some of the most exciting racing. We have round 1, 2 heats, 4 riders in each. Top 2 go straight to the final. 3rd and 4th go into round 2 / repechage to continue their way. So in heat 1 we have Molly Evans of Sola Cycling, Catherine Hinton of University of Exeter Cycling Club, Sarah Johnson of Edinburgh Road Club, and Iona Moyer riding for officially Team Inspired, but she is in the Great Britain skin suit there. So Iona has been drawn in position 4. I think we are seeing Molly in position 3, and Sarah is in position 2, which should only mean Catherine is in position 1 as we get ready to go. As we hear the gun, and that is us off here. They've got to take positions 1, 2, 3 and 4.
67 Sarah Johnson, 97 Iona Moyer, Molly Evans is in 3rd, and Catherine Hinton slots in position 4.
Just getting up to speed behind the Derny. So I take that back. That's actually Catherine Hinton who's in position 4. That skin suit looks very similar to the Team Inspired skin suit, but I think Iona is actually in. I think it's actually Sarah Johnson in position 1, Iona in position 2 in the red skin suit. Sola Cycling's Molly Evans in position 3 and Catherine Hinton in position 4. So 4 laps to go, so you can just see the Derny ramping the speed up as we get ready to go. You would say Iona and Sarah are probably the 2 favourites to go through in this round, but here we go. Sarah leads them off from Iona, who is actually riding in the SES skin suit rather than that of Team Inspired, hence why it's the red. It looks very similar to the Edinburgh Road Club kit. And as you can just see, they're not a bit of détente breaking out. No one really going for it just yet. Remember, some riders may have to do 2 more rounds. Molly Evans and Catherine Hinton just trying to both move up here and trying to move round, trying to box Iona in. But I think that Sarah Johnson has also spotted this and she is going quickly. She is trying to cut it out. As they get the bell, Iona is in 3rd place there, with Sarah leading the way as they come through bend 2 into bend 3. It's Iona from Catherine Hinton. Sorry, Sarah Johnson from Catherine Hinton from Moyer. I think Moyer's just trying to sneak through on the inside, and it is. Oh, that's tight. I think that was Sarah Johnson took the win there from Iona Moyer. Catherine Hinton took 3rd, Molly Evans in 4th. So that means that Molly and Catherine will go through to the repechage, whilst Iona Moyer and Sarah Johnson will head straight into the final. And I'm sure Iona Moyer will be very happy that she goes straight into the final and does not have to do a repechage after her efforts in the record attempt that was just only about 10 minutes ago.
Quickly as we can into another round of victory ceremonies. Then we'll take a short break.
So in this second heat, we have Amber Hindmarch of the University of Cape Town. She's not eligible for Scottish title, but she is very welcome to race. We have Mary Silcock from Glasgow Trip Racing Club, Ellie Stone from Glasgow Trip Racing Club, both of whom we just saw in the record attempt a little bit earlier, and Lotta Wardrop as well. So we'll just get confirmation of the positions just as they come up there for the track. The positions are drawn by the commissaires. The riders get to pick a number from 1 from 4, and that dictates their starting position. A few riders still arriving who are competing in the bunch races earlier. Just see Matty Dobbins sitting up in track centre. He won bronze medal last night in the IP. Keirin just coming round now. The 2 Glasgow Truck Racing Club riders on the outside.
So
So Amber Hindmarch leads the way from Lot of Wardrop. Ellie Stone in third, with Mary Silcock in fourth, taking up the rear. With 4 riders, I don't think positioning too something you need to be too worried about in this. Top 2 go through, as in the last heat, to the final, and third and fourth place take part in the repechage. Four laps to go, so speed just ramping up a little bit. Interesting to see the standards here of Amber Hindmarch, rider I'm less sure of. The other 3 are traditionally part of the Scotland Performance Programme. And we just see Hindmarch have a couple of bike lengths, but that's been closed down quite quickly by Wardrop, with Ellie Stone sitting in third and Mary Silcock in fourth, both in the Glasgow Track Racing Club kit, both wearing white helmet and white socks, so that's going to be awkward to try and tell them apart. Actually, pretty much identical kit, which is what you want if you're a commentator. Just seen coming round, 1 to go, and Amber Hindmarch still leads the way from Lot of Wardrop. Ellie Stone in third, Mary Silcock in fourth. You just see Ellie Stone and Mary Silcock just coming across the top. It's going to be tight. Who's going to take the top spot here? And Mary Silcock takes second. Ellie Stone takes first, and it was third place for Amber Hindmarch and fourth place for
there it is, Ellie Stone first over the line from
Wardrop.
Amber Hindmarch in third place.
So Stone and Silcock go through to the final alongside Iona Moyer and Sarah Johnson, and then we have a semi-final, or a round 2 repechage with the top 2 going through to the final of Molly Evans, Amber Hindmarch, Lotta Wardrop and Catherine Hinton.
So if you are a medalist in the female,
we are going to take a little break, as we're going to have a number of medal ceremonies coming up, and we also have a short break to take. I don't think it's going to be too long, given we have had a number of stoppages with timing errors and whatnot, but we will be back very, very soon with our open sprint semi-finals, STS 1 kilometre event for Scottish Disability Sport, female team pursuit finals, and then our break before we have our open sprint finals, open 25 kilometre points race and female 10 kilometre scratch race. Still plenty of medals to be decided a little bit later on.
second place and silver goes to Jude Patterson. Gold, and your new Scottish champion is Zara.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, 118, 119, 1
Ladies and gentlemen, your 40 plus female IP podium. Okay, the open 50 plus IP, third place goes to Brian McGee. Second place goes to Matt Howitt. And first place with an absolutely rapid ride goes to Andy Bruce. Andy wearing his aero sliders there. Your Open 50 plus IP podium. Okay, we are just going to take a short break, allow the commissaires and volunteers to get a bit of lunch. We are going to restart at 20 to 3. We'll restart racing at 20 to 3. Thank you very much, folks.
in the semi-final of the Open Sprint. It's really tight to this finish line, and Lewis Arthur just bests Niall Monks in that first semi-final. John Spieth versus Ant Young in the second semi-final. Yeah, apologies there, a little mess up with our timings there, but we are well and truly back. So yes, this is a best of 3 rides. The one who gets the 2 first goes through to the gold and silver final, and the loser goes into the bronze final. So Lewis Arthur of Glasgow Track Racing Club takes the lead from Niall Monks, and he goes 1-0 up. And if he wins the second semi-final, second ride in the semi-final, he will take his place in the gold medal final. Now coming up is John Spieth of Cycle Nation versus Anthony Young, Glasgow Track Racing Club. John Spieth was one of the few riders to go sub 10 seconds this morning in qualifying.
Next up, we are moving to our SDS
John Spieth in the black there of Cycle Nation, and Anthony Young in the white, purple, black of Glasgow Track Racing Club, the racing club that calls this velodrome their home. Anthony Young has a number of Scottish titles to his name. Former Scotland performance development rider. Very slowly, the riders just getting away. Ant leading this one out from John. Apologise for even more terrible French pronunciations, as seems to be the theme of today. It's a very warm velodrome again today. Definitely a t-shirt and shorts type of weather. Do feel for some of the commentators in suit trousers. Just see Jean at the back probing, and he's just coming over the top. It looks like he's going to launch now. He just takes some elevation high up to the top of the track as he comes to turn 3. 1 lap to go when they cross the line, and here he has the elevation. Ant's trying to push him up as high as possible. They're going to drop down onto the black line. Jean Spieth comes round the top. He just looks like he's got the best of it. Ant's going to try and hold him on the hip. Ant is coming through. Ant Young is just coming behind, and it looks like Jean Spieth will take the victory in this ride. So he will take a 1-0 lead over Ant Young after one of the 3 matches. Try my best not to get in the way of the commissaire, so right next to me. So Jean Spieth goes 1-0 up, and Lewis Arthur goes 1-0 up, as they are both 1 ride away from making the final. It was actually very quick. That was 10.398 the last 200 metres. So very quick race, that one. So this is our Scottish Disability Sport 1 kilometre time trial. 5 riders in this. Shalene Boyle has just halfway round her 1 kilometre effort, just a way to get the bell now. Strong ride so far.
2 is rider 27, Eva Cole. Can we have Eva to the home straight, please?
Just on the drop bars, the sprint bars, rather than the pursuit bars. And coming across the line in a time of 1:28.416, setting the standard. Strong time that from Shalene Boyle. 5 riders in this Scottish Disability Sport event. It's for riders that may not have necessarily a categorisation in the traditional para pathway. That's the sort of C1, C2, C3, C4, C5 that you may see. So it's a good opportunity for a lot of riders to enter an event that they wouldn't normally enter. Something that's became part of the fabric of Scottish Champs in recent years, the inclusion of para and disability cycling. If you're wanting to learn more about disability cycling, you can get involved with British Cycling's Limitless programme. That is the new disability cycling project run by British Cycling. I was going to say new, feels like it's been going for a few years now. There's a number of champion clubs in Scotland, including Dundee Dragons in Scotland's Premier City, if I don't say so myself. Ifan CC as well, and Dunfermline CC also make plenty of effort when it comes to disability cycling and are part of the Limitless Club network. Eva Cope up next from Royal Albert CC. Eva just gets underway. Keeping quite low on the track there. Again, just on the drop handlebars. Opening lap 28.87 seconds. Just looking slightly outside the time of Shalene Boyle after 500 metres. Two laps to go for Eva. Must say it's very odd to be inside a roasting velodrome when you can see outside the windows here in the Emirates, and it's looking very dark and gloomy in the East End of Glasgow today. Eva coming into her final 3/4 of a lap, about 200 metres to go for Eva. She comes across the timing beam for a half lap, and it's just going to be in second place so far, outside the time of Boyle. And that's Eva Cope of Royal Albert as she just comes into the final metres now, and it's a 1:43.687, so she goes into second place so far. 3 more riders to come. So just see the start gate getting brought out yet again. Nathan Fleetwood, the next rider up. Disc wheel on the back. Expecting a fast time. Nathan finished second in the 500 metre TT a little bit earlier. He did a 42.980 behind Jamie Swan, who did a 42.002. Be looking to improve that here. Nathan is a private member, an attached member. Just getting the OK from the commissaire. And the timing beep start. And underway from Nathan. Just dropping onto the Côte d'Azur before going up onto the banking. Fastest first lap so far from Nathan, 2.6 seconds up on the time of Boyle. Continue to build that advantage as we hit the halfway mark here. Just a way to cross the line, Nathan Fleetwood. 44.219 for opening 500, just 2 seconds up. Slightly slower than his 500 metre time earlier, which is what you'd expect. Much harder lactic acid coming through the legs as you hit the final lap in a bit. As we hear the bell now, just see the commissaire ringing the bell. 105.482 comes the time of the clock, so he's losing time to Boyle, so it's still very much up for grabs. Still got about half a second up advantage as we head into the final 100 metres. Coming around the final bend, he's going to cross the line now. Just about throwing the bike across the line, and he goes quickest with a 1:27.572, up by 0.6 on Chilean Boyle, and Nathan Fleetwood takes the lead in this STS 1 kilometre time trial. Alistair Graham, next rider up. Another rider from Royal Albert CC. A lot of people might know them as Clydesdale Colts as well. Club based in Lanarkshire. Do a lot of stuff around Charlotte Rural Country Park. Sure, one of the clubs that will benefit from the new Clyde Cycle Park that's being constructed, part of the Cycling Facilities Fund. Collaboration between Scottish Cycling and Sport Scotland, £8 million fund, delivering cycling facilities across the whole of the country. You can read more about that on the Scottish Cycling website. Underway for Alistair Graham. No disc wheels, but full on aero skin suit. I think it's a road helmet he's actually wearing, not a time trial helmet. Slightly slower over the first lap.
And after that we are moving back into the open sprint series. This will match B. So can we have heat 1 in the open sprint series up to the home straight, please? Heat 1 is rider 100, Niall Monks, and rider 5, Lewis Arthur. Niall and Lewis to the home straight, please.
Alistair Graham just the quickest so far through 500 metres. Same through 625 metres, just extending his lead over Nathan Fleetwood. Fleetwood did tie up towards the end, although he's quite high up on the banking there, so maybe the same here. Still, he's increased his lead. He's 2.9 seconds up on the time of Fleetwood. Now Graham's got a final lap, final 125 metres or so now to go. He's still inside that time of Nathan Fleetwood. Graham coming round the final bend, coming over past the advertising hoardings, and here he is crossing the line with a time of 1:23.406, 4 seconds up on the time of Nathan Fleetwood. Really strong, well paced ride by the Royal Albert rider. He's in the provisional lead with one rider still to go. Jamie Swan won the 500 metre time trial a little bit earlier today with a 42.002. He is our last rider up. Be looking to break that time of 123.4. That was set by Alistair Graham just there. After this, we'll have our match B of our open sprint semi-finals. I think the hard-working commentators will be wishing for that one to be wrapped up 2-0. Give them a little bit more time. Back in the schedule, we are running a little bit late at the minute because of the timing error earlier. We do have a brace of bunch races to come to finish off proceedings this evening. That's the female 10 kilometre scratch race and the open 25 kilometre points race, which is always an exciting one. 25 kilometres, 100 laps of this track. You can see Liam Scott Douglas in the track centre warming up. Matty Dobbins pumping his tyres up. A couple of the riders to keep an eye on. Logan McLean, who we had in commentary a bit earlier, as well as Brodie Duncan. Ones to keep an eye on in the points race. Now, Jamie Swan. And underway for our final heat in this SDS 1 kilometre time trial. Just getting up to speed there, Jamie. Starting off slightly quicker than Alistair Graham. After 250 metres. Does seem to look a lot quicker as he came around the bending, as he came around the banking there. Crossing the line at the halfway mark. He's actually only a 10th up, so this could be still anyone's game. Graham did pace his ride very well. It's easy to tie up, and he's actually just slightly outside the time. He's dropped to 2 tenths behind Graham as he comes in to hear the bell here. 102.923 was the time of Graham. He's 103.475, so Jamie Swan's dropped off quite a bit there. I think that goes to show how well Graham paced his ride. He's got to give it everything this last 125 metres. If he can bring back that time, he looks like it's just slipping away from him. So he's over a second down now as he comes across the final bend and going to be across the timing line here. And across the line, it's a 125.518. That is enough for second place in this SDS 1 kilometre time trial. So Alistair Graham takes the victory there for Royal Albert for 123.406 from Jamie Swan. And in third place was Nathan Fleetwood, with Shalene Boyle in fourth and Ava Cope in fifth. Right. Match 2 of the open sprint. If you're enjoying the coverage, then make sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Follow us on Instagram, like us on Facebook, follow us on Twitter. No, we're not calling it X, we're still calling it Twitter. Also subscribe to our newsletter. Follow us on all the socials. So, match 2 of this sprint. Right, Lewis Arthur versus Niall Monks. Just see Cal McNichol there, who won our team sprint last night. Part of the GTR team GTRC team that won our team sprint last night. He is just helping. I think that's Lewis, he's helping there. Right, underway for match 2.
Anyone will contradict me if I say that the first match of this heat was
Yep,
the most
Lewis
exciting
Arthur
race we've had so far this
at the
weekend.
back from Niall Monks, who's just leading this one out. Niall needs to win this in order to take it to a final, or a third semi-final, third ride.
Tough match.
Lewis Arthur, both riders veterans of these championships, both won various sprint titles over the years. A race that will be a race that's quite often part, these two up against each other, quite often part of the Scottish Championships and British Series events. Lewis just trying to up the speed, lead this one out. Right. Nice bit of height there, that's a good move. Trying to get the height to dive down. Niall's just trying to get the pace advantage on Lewis, and I think he might actually have this. He's taken a long way round. Lewis is trying to hold him on his hip. This is going to be really tight to the line. Can't quite see who's going to get it. Aye. Oh, that's a tough one to tell. I think Niall just got there. Photo finish it's going to. Very quick round again, and I think Niall Monks might have just done enough there to take this to a third final. Yes, we get confirmation. Niall Monks takes the second heat of the semi-final. It's one apiece. We will be going to a third ride in about 20 minutes time. Into our second semi-final. Great opportunity for John Spieth, who, while not eligible for the championships, is certainly giving a good fist of the racing here. He is 1-0 up against Ant Young of GTRC, Glasgow Track Racing Club that is. And John Spieth can go straight into the final with a victory here in this second final. He leads 1-0 in football parlance. There is no third ride. If a rider goes 2-0 up, it would go, that time is just effectively brought back into the schedule. And underway for this second semi-final. Second match in this second semi-final. We just see, much easier to tell this one. Ant Young is in the blue helmet and the white kit, and John Spieth is in the all black setup. Cycle wheel. John out on the outside. Just getting pushed high up the track by Ant. That's some old-fashioned tricks here. John Spieth launches his sprint early, lap and a half to go. He's got a bit of elevation over Anthony Young, but Anthony Young is holding him at his hip. He's making him go the long way around. They go into the sprinter's lane. John Spieth trying to overtake Ant Young. Ant Young is holding him off to his hip. It's going to be very tight, and I think Anthony Young might have just nicked that to make it one apiece. Really tight racing there, good racing. I think commentators may have a quick look on that one. We might need a bit of VAR action there, but I think Anthony Young just did enough to make it one apiece. We're just waiting a confirmation. It's what we want to see anyway. We want to see a third race anyway. Makes it very exciting. The boffins, our brilliant volunteers in the timing booth, just working out what it says, who has taken the victory. It's very tight, and yes, confirmation there. Anthony Young takes that second heat, taking this match B in the second semi-final. So both semi-finals are one each, And it is all poised, heading in to the final match of our semi-finals, match C of our semi-finals, for who will be in the gold medal final and who will be in the bronze medal final. Jean Spiess won, Anthony Young won.
So the photo finish has resolved itself. That was indeed Anthony Young from Jean Spiess. So he too will also go to a match C. Brilliant racing, guys. Thank you very much. Next, we are back up with the Keirin.
So this is our repechage, or round 2 in the Keirin. So in this one, we have Keirin Winton of University of Exeter Cycling Club, Molly Evans of SOA Cycling, Amber Hinmarch of University of Cape Town, and Lotta Wardrop. Just hear the, I was going to say the revving of the derny, I'm not sure it is a revving noise. Creates a racket, whatever that is. The mechanical humming of the derny. Just riding round, making sure that's all good. Just see the riders prepping there. It looks like Molly Evans will be in the inside. She looks like she's drawn 1 in SOA cycling kit. That's the kind of peachy kit, I suppose you'd describe it as. To see Commissaire Helen just making sure they're in the right place. So yeah, it looks like we have Molly Evans in position number 1. So, top 2 into the final. Yes, just confirmation from the commissaires there. First and second into the final, as they laugh at me for trying to make up the rules on the spot. Top 2 into the final, where they'll join Iona Meyer, Ellie Stone, Sarah Johnson, and Maddie Silcock.
So you can hear the rising tone of Gordon, the derny driver. Just underneath that noise, you can hear the rising tone of the actual derny starting to speed up.
And we're underway.
Riders are all off and on his back wheel. First off is rider 41,
Molly Evans leads the way. Charlotte Lotta Wardrop in second.
Sitting in third and 59, Amber Hinmarch in fourth.
Just getting up to pace, top 2 into the final. So, just to repeat myself here, Molly Evans is in first place, Lotta Wardrop second, and then we have Keirin Hinton in third, riding for the University of Exeter, and Amber Hinmarch for the University of Cape Town. She takes up the rear of the field in the kind of the slightly brighter kit. Brighter peach kit, kind of pinky peach rather than kind of orangey peach. The only way to pull away at the end of the straight, as we've got 3 to go. Speeds up, drops to the side of the track, drops onto the apron. Still some speed on it. And Molly Evans leads this one out from Lotta Wardrop with Keirin Hinton just coming over the top, and Amber Hinmarch is in her wheel tracks, and it looks like Lotta Wardrop's trying to just get on side. It's a total whole reversal of where we are a lap ago, and it looks like it is Hinton and Hinmarch who are leading the way. They are trying to go for an early break for it, get those top 2 spots, secure the spot in the final. But Lotta Wardrop is just holding on to the wheel. She's just coming back. This could come back to bite the riders going that early, but Hinton leads Hinmarch as we head into the final lap. Wardrop in 3rd place, Molly Evans in 4th place. It's going to be tight for who's going to get that 2nd spot out of these 3 riders, and it's the long way round, as it looks like it's Hinton who's going to take the win. Hindmarch takes 2nd place, so it's Hinton and Hindmarch who will join the 4 riders in the final. Good ride from Lotta Wardrop. She just takes 3rd place, just outside the top 2 spots, and Molly Evans, who did lead it out, finishes in 4th and 8th place overall. So
And there it is, it was in fact Catherine Hinton.
Catherine Hinton take the win from Amber Hindmarch, and those 2 will progress into our A final. A little bit later on, hopefully after some recovery time for these riders that have had a fair amount of sprinting action today.
Such was the blistering pace of that female Keirin. We need to give the sprinters just a little bit longer before we get them back up, so there'll be a pause of a couple of minutes before we go into match C.
We'll just have a few minutes before of recovery time, rest, before it's back. Welcome back to the jungle for our sprinters and our open sprints competition, with John Speece and Anthony Young and Niall Monks and Lewis Arthur both competing for their spots in the gold medal final. 1 apiece in each semi-final. And welcome back. We are here for this third and final heat, third and final match of this first heat in the Open Sprint semi-final. Lewis Arthur against Niall Monks. Lewis Arthur opened up with victory in match A, match 1, but then in the second match, second ride-off, it was Niall Monks who managed to overhaul that difference. Niall's had a pretty strong season. He claimed a podium at the C1 in Brodie a few months ago, but it's an all GTRC affair here. Just see 2 laps to go. This is the riders. Niall trying to aggravate it from the back. He's at the bottom of the track. He's just taken the lead. Just going to lead this one out as they both go high again. It's Niall at the front from Lewis behind him. And Niall launches sprint. Lap to go. Lewis goes high, tries to come down the track, and there's a couple of bike lengths difference between Niall Monks and Lewis Arthur. Lewis Arthur marauding behind, Lewis trying to come over the top as he come into the final bend. It looks like Niall Monks is going to hold him off though, and yes, Niall Monks takes the victory, and he will be riding for the gold medal a little bit later on today. An excellent 3 matches in this sprint semi-final. Great sprinting by 2 teammates, 2 guys who know each other very well, train together, often see them in the track centre doing the sprint sessions on Tuesday and Wednesday evenings here at the Chris Velodrome. And it was Niall Monks who claimed that one. Fast sprint again, 10.833 seconds for the final 200 metres. And, well, Lewis will have to settle for a bronze medal, whilst Niall will be going for gold a little bit later on. Now into match 2 of this sprint semi-final. The second heat in match 3, sorry, the second semi-final. Getting my matches and heats all mixed up. I'm sure you'll cut me some slack, probably not, knowing the couple of messages I've had. Thanks Emma for those. Now going into the second semi-final, the final match of the second semi-final, and it is Jean Spies who will be in the inside with Anthony Young on the outside. Just Anthony Young, being helped up to the track there by Callum McNichol, who is one of the coaches here at the Scrisloy Velodrome. Former Scottish cycling colleague of ours. Very busy man, also an event organiser as well. Used to do stuff with Falkirk Junior Bike Club. I think he was one of the organisers of the National Cyclocross Championships at Calendar Park last year. Jean Spies in the all black skin suit, black helmet, while Anthony Young in the light blue helmet and that distinctive white, black and purpley kit of Glasgow Track Racing Club. Jean won match, the first ride-off, the first heat of the semi-final, and Ant won the second one, so all to play for in this third heat, for who is going to face Niall Monks in the sprint final. No longer a sedate pace as they ramp up for their sprints. 1 lap to go. When they cross the line, you can just see the bell getting ready, and John Spies is going to lead this one out. Not as much height as we've seen in the other heat so far, and it looks like Anthony Young he's trying to come from behind. He's coming round the top as they come into final bend. Out the saddle, he's going the long way round. He's going to try and come round, but I think John Spies might just do enough here to hold him off. It's going to be very tight. Oh, I can't quite tell from my position here at the end of the home straight who's won that. I think John Spies might have done enough. Yes, Jean Spies just did enough to take the victory in this semi-final.
Moving straight on, we're going to the female team pursuit finals.
Well, that means Jean Spies will face Niall Monks in the sprint final a little later. Anthony Young will take on Lewis Arthur in an all GTRC battle for the bronze medal. Potentially silver medal, as Jean Spies is not actually eligible for the title, given he isn't Scottish, funnily enough. Funny enough, you can't win a Scottish title if you're not eligible. We have our female team pursuit finals coming up next. You can see the team from VC, Astor and their side. Can't tell which one it is. They're just on the back straight. One thing to note, Velocus, the team that had the 2 Masters World Champions, they've actually been told off, told to wear their skin suits rather than the World Champions jerseys by the commissaires, but they are still definitely World Masters Champions. That's Jude Patterson and Gillian Anderson, both of which won their Masters World titles in Roubaix just a few weeks ago. I think it was in October actually, it's just a couple of months ago now. In this semi-final though, we have VC Astor Anderside B against VC Astor Anderside C. This is going to be a number of tongue twisters for me here, so bear with. So in the Astor Anderside C team that are on the back straight, we have Carol Dick, Karen Graham, Sharon Dick and Fiona Walker. And in the VC Astor Anderside B team, we have Catherine Logan, Janet Tate, Deborah Ferns and Zara Mayer. Zara Mayer, who took the female 52k title a little over an hour ago. Seeing the open endurance riders just warming up in the track centre for their 25km points race a little bit later on. About 4 o'clock we expect for that one. "16 laps of the track for these 4k pursuits, or when either team's caught. Just see VC Astor Anderside B on that home straight getting ready. Underway cleanly. I'm not going to curse them by saying they're looking absolutely well drilled and then they fall apart like what happened earlier. But both teams getting away all safe and sound. Looks like the C team has made a slightly quicker start. Just see Carol Dick at the front of the C team there, and as we come into shot, the B team are in our main shot there. And that was Janet Tate, who's just on the front there. Again, our C team just coming round. It's actually starting to even out a little bit more. Still, always takes about a kilometre for both teams to probably get up and running, so you get a good idea of where this is going. And doesn't look necessarily that much different between the two teams so far. Remember, time is taken on the third rider across the line. We're not getting the instant time checks that we normally get. And I think our B team, the one featuring Deborah Fern, Zara Mayer, Janet Tate and Catherine Logan, slightly have the better of it. I think they probably have the lead by about a second and a half. Just as to be expected, the B side were quicker in qualifying. They finished third in qualifying.
Home straight, can we have the Scotland mixed team? 133 Lucy Sweeney, 36 Kayla Dinnan, 61 Jenny Hall, 103 Eva Murphy, and on the back straight, Velo Ecos, 3 Gillian Anderson,
Still not, still certainly not a done deal by any stretch of the imagination. Still only probably a couple of seconds in it. Our VC Aston underside B team are leading here in this bronze medal match. Certainly doesn't look like either team's going to catch one another, and I'd actually go as far as to say I think our C team's actually caught half second up or so in the last couple of laps. As they're halfway through this 4 kilometre female team pursuit bronze medal final. Gold medal final to come in second, with Velocus and Scotland mixed team. Just see a rider dropping off from the B team. Just seeing Keirin Logan, first rider to drop off there, down to 3. The B team who were leading did have a lead of about 2 seconds, albeit I think the lead may have actually changed, and I'd actually say the C team now leading. That's the C team of Carol Dick, Karen Graham, Sharon Dick and Fiona Walker. I think that team is leading. Always toing and froing in the team pursuit. It's not who starts the quickest, it's who finishes fastest in the end. And that's what matters. And I'd say it's very even now, but I would just give Aston Underside C the slight advantage. Fiona Walker's team there, who are just coming into the home straight now. Just seeing Sarah Mayer lead the front of that Aston Underside B team. I think it's just wheels opening up, little gaps opening up there. So we can just see the split screen on our great little broadcast that we've got today. Very even, but I think Aston Underside B have just upped the pace a little bit in the last couple of laps. They've managed to just come back, 3 laps to go, and I think they've probably got a 2 or 3 second lead, even though they've only got 3 riders over their opponents who still have all 4 riders. It looks like our B team, they look like they're going to take the bronze, the Aston Underside B squad. They riding well, they can actually just about see their opponents in the final straight, despite the fact that their opponents do have 4 riders together. So we have 2 laps to go in this female team pursuit bronze medal match. Yeah, I think it's looking like this Aston Underside B team will take the bronze medal. Been riding pretty well. I think a little bit messy at times from the Aston Underside C team, to be expected. A lot of riding they've done today. A lot better than I certainly could do. As we hear the bell for our Underside B team. Janet Tate, Deborah Ferns, Zara Mayer still there in that 3. Keirin Logan dropped off, but it doesn't matter, as it looks like, as it's all 3 riders crossing the line now. And yes, that is that set. 5 minutes 39, I would say, roughly the time of VC Underside B, and they take the bronze medal. Keirin Logan, Janet Tate, Deborah Ferns and Zara Mayer take the bronze medal in the female team pursuit. If you're playing the drinking game at home of how many times I can say VC Aston Underside in the last 5.5 minutes, congratulations. We'll be phoning an ambulance for you soon. Now, in this final, gold medal final coming up next. On the home straight, we will have our quickest team which is a Scotland national team. Mix of youth, junior, under 23 riders. So that is Lucy Sweeney, Kayla Dinnan, Jenny Hall, Eva Murphy. And on the back straight, we have the team from Velocus, including 2 Masters World Champions in there. And that's Gillian Anderson, Jude Patterson, Liz Wisdish and Christina McKenzie. Gillian Anderson and Jude Patterson are world champions in this discipline. Been told to take off the skin suits. but they rode really well in Roubaix, as did all the Scottish Masters. It was really good to see such strong numbers heading over to the Roubaix Velodrome. That's the indoor one in Roubaix, not the outdoor one, of course. I think racing there in October in northern France would be a bit brutal. Back to hear the beeps as we just get underway here. I've had a false start there, so they'll reset. Keirin was just the lead rider there in the gate for Scotland.
So we had a false start there. We're just going to roll back around.
They'll just reset everything. Just takes a minute to reset all the timing. Huge thanks once again to all of our volunteers for their support this weekend. Without them, racing wouldn't happen. Yesterday was International Volunteer Day, believe it or not. Speaking in the break there to Lucia Steele, the pathway coach at Scottish Cycling. She was just saying that Lucy Sweeney actually broke her standing 200, standing 250 record in her opening lap of the first heat. And it was actually the first time they rode together, believe it or not. Obviously good coaching at play there. Right, here the beep. Second time, let's go for it. Underway, no false start this time, properly underway. Everyone okay and up and going as Keirin leads out the Scotland mixed team of Eva Murphy, Keirin, Jenny Hall and Lucy Sweeney. Much better start from Scotland this time. Velo Equus just
looking at Velo Equus, who are now on the back straight. There was great
just riding well.
During their heat when we saw
Gillian Anderson pulling up to the top of the track there, but a really good start from the Scotland mixed team. They've got the advantage by several seconds here. They're actually in sight. A really strong start from Keirin. She is emptying the tank. Really strong rider.
It's probably a bit more slippery than the World Championship jerseys, so this will be an aero advantage to them.
Just seeing it's Jude Patterson sits on the front of our team from Velo Equus, which is 3 RT23 riders, and Jude from Team Ocean Avius. Jenny Hall now in the front of the Scotland national team, pushing a good pace. She rides for Loughborough Lightning on the road. Former British scratch race champion, multiple para world and Paralympic champion on the front of the tandem, usually the Scotland one. And it looks like a catch could be made early here. This is we're only just over a minute into this race, and it could be all done already. And here we go. Yep, that's the catch being made. Jenny Hall makes the catch, and our Scotland mixed team are our new female team pursuit champions. They're not riding for a time, so that is them.
To take a break now. A couple of things are going on. The next event on the schedule is the victory ceremony for this event. So we'll need a bit of time to print out the results and let the riders cool down. So, and thereafter is a break. So we're going to take a break And in that break, we will do the victory ceremony and we will recommence racing with the open sprint finals at 4 o'clock.
So we will take a break for about 20 minutes. We'll be back racing at 4 o'clock.
When we are ready to do the female team
Finals, our open points race, which is always a fun one, and the female scratch race. And it gives our riders some time to decompress, which is much needed. So we'll see you back here in about 20 minutes' time for our open sprint finals, which we are very much looking forward to.
The medals in the female team pursuit are going to be presented by the Chief Executive of Scottish Cycling, Nick Rennie, who is standing on my left here. And the first medal he is going to present is the bronze medal, which will go to VC Star Anderside B, Catherine Logan, Janet Tate, Deborah Ferns, and Zara Mayer. And silver goes to Velo Ecosse, Gillian Anderson, Jude Patterson, Liz Wisdish, and Christina Mackenzie. They may not be allowed to wear their World Champions jerseys, but they are the champions of our hearts, and they are getting their silver medals now. And gold, the Scotland mixed team, Lucy Sweeney, Kayla Dinnan, Jenny Hall, and Eva Murphy. Let's hear it for your female team pursuit final podium and new Scottish champions. Thanks, guys. Okay, folks, we will recommence racing in 5 minutes with the Open Sprint Finals. The A match of the Open Sprint Finals at 1600 hours.
Right, and welcome back. We are in the final block of racing for today, and first up is the first final in our bronze medal match in the open sprint competition. Lewis Arthur and Anthony Young in this one. Anthony Young in that blue helmet at the back. And we're getting a bit of track stand action, which is what we want to see, what we like to see. You have to go quicker than a walking pace in the first half a lap in sprinting these days. New rules. Say new rules, been around for probably about a decade now. Still relatively new. I think it's ruined a little bit of the magic of the old minutes long track stands, which were a great laugh back in the day. Lewis Arthur leading this one out from Anthony Young. Anthony Young, like I say, in that blue helmet, the distinctive blue helmet, the two. It's good to actually have some differentiation of the two Glasgow Track Racing Club riders. And Lewis Arthur lead this one out with Anthony Young just coming up and coming round the top with half lap to go, 125 metres left. He's being held. Oh, he's pushed him high there. He's pushed him high. I think the commissaires might have a word about that one. And yeah, I think that one might end up in a reversal. That was pretty slam shut there. Lewis Arthur did cross the line first, Anthony Young second, but I think we may have to put a little question mark over that one. He did come quite high up onto the track. Just kind of, the rule is you cannot deviate from your line, and you've got to hold your line, ideally within the sprinter's lane. And I don't quite think Lewis did that there. I think he did come up to the top, but all well and good with the two riders, two teammates. I'm sure there won't be any bad blood between them. So yeah, question mark on that one. I suspect Anthony Young will be given that one. The commissaires next to me just checking. We have a really experienced commissaire team here. A number of commissaires that have raced on UCI races. Audrey, our chief commissaire, just checking everything. Just see Helen there walking in shot. She's our Helen Probart, one of our really experienced commissaires. So on to race one in our gold medal final. Yeah, there we go, just confirmation. Confirmation there that Lewis Arthur will be relegated, and Anthony Young will take a 1-0 lead in that bronze medal final. Now on to the gold medal final. Hopefully no relegations here. It is Niall Monks of Glasgow Track Racing Club. And the sole Scot in this final of the Scottish Championship. slower than what I've been seeing all weekend. So, well, certainly all day. It's been in the mid-10s, anything from about a 10.5 to a 10.9. So 11.1's a bit slower what we've seen, but doesn't matter the speed. Whoever crosses the line first and does it legally is the winner. So yep, still just working out the photo finish, just taking their time on this one. So don't want to confirm and say. It looked to me certainly that Jean Spieth had won that one, but you never know. And we have a face-on angle here as opposed to being right in line with the finish line. A lot of these riders coached by Johnny Mitchell. It's now also the Belgian track sprint coach for their national team. I think they're based in Zolder in a minute. New velodrome there. Now on to our female Keirin final.
So we are lining up on the home straight for the female Keirin final.
Female Keirin final. So let's have a look who is in this one. Well, we have our Scottish national record holders in the team sprint, the three riders who clinched that national record just a couple of hours ago. That is Maddie Silcock of Glasgow Track Racing Club, Iona Moyer riding for Team Inspired but in the red kit of SES, Ellie Stone also of Glasgow Track Racing Club. We also have Sarah Johnson, my apologies, of Glasgow Track Racing Club, former Great Britain Junior Academy rider. And we are joined by two other riders riding for University of Cape Town and University of Exeter. So we have University of Cape Town's Amber Hindmarch, and we have Catherine Hinton of University of Exeter Cycling Club. So this is just a final, straight final, one heat, and that will decide who takes the gold, silver and bronze medal in this female Keirin. As you can hear the hum of the Derny in the track. Gordon, our Derny driver, who's had plenty of work today. We'll have plenty of work tomorrow as well, as the Open riders face off in the Keirin competition. Always a favourite, this one.
So Gordon Watson, our Derny driver, is setting off on the back straight. I went and had a chat with Gordon during the break between the semi-finals and the finals. I found out two things about Derny drivers. The second of which I'll tell you in a second.
6-lap race this one. As you can just see Amber Hindmarch, she is on the inside in that hot pink peachy kit. Three riders from Glasgow Track Racing Club here. I think Ellie Stone is the one that's leading. Ellie Stone leading Maddie Silcock in second and third, Iona Moyer in fourth, and we have Catherine Hinton in fifth, and in sixth place there is Sarah Johnson. So with 3 laps to go, the Derny will pull in.
Terribly grumpy look on his face, and he tells me that he is concentrating so hard on making sure he doesn't do anything to put the riders at risk, that that's just what his face goes like when he's concentrating really hard. He knows he's doing it and he can't stop it. He also told me that he deliberately sticks his knees out like that to create a bigger hole in the air, which I'm sure
very interesting to see the riders just speed up a little bit now, as the Derny will come in at the end of this lap. 3-lap dash to the line. Amber Hindmarch, the one leading this one out. as he just comes off. Gordon just comes onto the apron. And now Ellie Stone goes early. Ellie Stone, she makes a long break for it. She's got a couple of bike lengths on everyone else other than Amber Hindmarch, who's trying to follow in her wheel tracks. Behind, the chasers on, Iona Moyer, Sarah Johnson, Maddie Silcock are all trying to get involved. But with 2 laps to go, Ellie Stone, she loves going for these long ones. She did it at the British Championships 2 years ago. But Iona Moyer came level with her. She is now going to go the long way around as they get the bell. Ellie Stone, Iona Moyer. They are our lead 2, and Sarah Johnson in third place. Sarah Johnson also comes over the top. Iona Moyer is leading this one out from Sarah Johnson, from Ellie Stone. These are our front 3. Iona Moyer is coming into the final straight. She will take the win from Sarah Johnson, and Ellie Stone holds on for bronze after going from a long, long way out. So Iona Moyer is our Scottish national champion, with Sarah Johnson in the silver, Ellie Stone taking the bronze. And take a breath, everyone. We got through that one. Always lots of fun, our female Keirin. Great bit of racing.
Once again, we'll have
Great standard of racing as well. 3 top riders in the medal spots. Catherine Hinton taking 4th, Maddie Silcock 5th, Amber Hindmarch in 6th.
minutes. We will be ready to go again. So, could we have the first heat? Could we have the bronze match B on the seats at 4:15, 16:15
So,
for rider 5, Lewis Arthur.
3-minute break, and we'll be back for our open sprint match 2. And so underway for our second race, race 2 in this bronze medal final in the open sprint competition here at the Scottish National Track Championships. Lewis Arthur up against Anthony Young. Lewis Arthur did cross the line first, but was relegated for deviating his line in the sprint. So Anthony Young just needs a victory in this to claim the bronze medal. Anthony Young leading that one out in his casque blue helmet. Lewis Arthur in the black, very shiny black helmet, as it's now dark outside, given it's December in Scotland and it's 4 o'clock. Right, now coming into the final lap, Anthony Young has been kind of caught out a little bit there. He left the door open, and Lewis Arthur's going to lead this one out. Anthony Young in his wheel tracks as they come into the final 125 metres. Anthony Young trying to come across over the top like he did earlier, and then it looks like it's going to be very tight. Can't quite tell who's going to get across the line first. Anthony Young takes the bronze medal. He crosses the line first. 2-0 to Ant Young, and that is an excellent sprint from Anthony Young. Lewis Arthur gave it everything he could. He nearly won out there after leaving the door open. He tried to pierce through it, but in the end Young was just slightly too strong, and a very quick 10.7 in that final 200 there. So Anthony Young will be on the podium a little bit later. I don't think there was anything wrong with that. So on to the gold medal final. Jean Spiess versus Niall Monks. Right. Who's going to take this one then? Just see Niall getting clipped in, getting helped up the track there by Cal McNichol. It's just waiting for Anthony to roll around.
So the finish has resolved in the favour of Anthony Young, who won that match and therefore takes silver overall.
Of course, I do. Of course, he does take third in the competition, but it's the silver medal that goes to Anthony Young, not the bronze. Force of habit there. Silver medal because John Spiess is not Scottish, so the gold will be going to Niall Monks. But who will win the competition? That's what these guys want. It's the bragging rights for the track sprinters. Scottish record holder Jack Carling was cutting about the velodrome at lunchtime. Saw him earlier. Good to see him supporting local racing.
So they're underway, but just before they start kicking lumps out each other, we're about to have our first.
We'll have our open 25 kilometre points race very soon, right after this one, which is always a kicking fest, so I'm looking forward to that, and I'm looking forward to every Vanelli Project Go Rider. I'm going to get confused with each other. But anyway, on to this second heat. So John Spiess is at the back in the black helmet, black skin suit, black overshoes, black bike, black disc wheel, black everything. And Niall Monks in the blue, purpley, white, black mix of colours that is that Glasgow Track Racing Club kit. Quite distinctive kit. If you've been racing in Scotland or been to a Scottish race or even a British National Track Series race, which we'll have here in the 25th and 26th of January. That's just coming underneath our commentary position here with 2 laps to go. 1 lap when they cross the line, we'll hear the bell. John Spiess just trying to wind up. He's getting a bit of elevation. Niall not letting him do anything drastic here. Still not up at full racing speed, even though there's a lap to go, but now they're starting to launch. You will hear the bell. Niall Monks leads this one out on his Argon 18 bike. John Spiess trying to come over the top, but can Niall hold him at his hip as they're on the lower part of the track? Now coming into the final few metres, and John Spiess takes the win. He will win sprints competition, and no gold medal for him, but Niall Monks takes the gold medal as the top Scot in this race, with John Spiess in taking the overall win, but not the gold medal, as he isn't Scottish. And Anthony Young will take silver, and Lewis Arthur will take the bronze in an all Glasgow Track Racing Club podium. Now, moving on, this is the one that a lot of people will be interested in. Bunch racing, the first bunch race of these championships, the Open 25km bunch race, 100 laps of the track. Get your abacuses out, because this is always simple, this one. Said no one ever. Right, let's go through the field in this one. So, we have from Cycling Sheffield, Sam Barber. From Vanelli Project Go, Zach Barber. Also from Vanelli Project Go, Fraser Corfield, Jack Crombie, Matty Dobbins from Edinburgh Bike Fitting Race Team, Brodie Duncan, who we had in commentary earlier, from West Lothian Clarion, Rhys Edwards from Vanelli Project Go, Peter Ferguson from Natural Greatness Rally Alley Racing. That's going to be a handful for me today, so let's just say Natural Greatness. Keir Gaffney from Vanelli Project Go, Ben Gibson from Team PB Performance, Oliver Gibson from JG Cycles, Colin Johnston from Vanelli Project Go, Logan McLean from One Life Cycle, Ben Marsh from Beeston CC Race Team, Callum Moyer also from Natural Greatness Rally Alley, Liam Scott Douglas from JG Cycles CC, Callum Shackley from Dooley Cycles, Struan Shaw from Isles Balearis, Robert Smart, Wheelbase Cabtech Castelli, James Sweeney, BCC Race Team, and Nico and Nelly, Ride Revolution Coaching.
Female scratch race will follow on directly from the Open Points race. I'll call you up at around 10 laps to go, but for the female scratch race riders, there is no break between the Open Points and the female scratch.
100 laps of this one. About 30 minutes in length. This is the race that I've received a few texts about already from people. So riders just getting their briefing on the back straight from the commissaires. Big field in this one, big field. A lot of riders trying to prove points here. I think I also saw Alex Ball on the start list, but I don't believe he is racing today. Yes, just to confirm there, Zach Barber, Fraser Corfield, Jack Crombie, Matty Dobbins, Brodie Duncan, Rhys Edwards, Peter Ferguson, Keir Gaffney, Ben Gibson, Oliver Gibson, Colin Johnston, Logan McLean, Ben Marsh, Liam Scott Douglas, Callum Shackley, Struan Shaw, Robert Smart, James Sweeney. That is our starting lineup for this 25km, 100 lap points race. There'll be a points race here next summer in the Commonwealth Games. Be a fair few riders in this field who will be aiming to compete for Scotland, especially Logan McLean, who put himself in prime position to be selected by confirming that he had reached the qualifying standards last night, his 4:15.8. More than enough to reach the A standard in the individual pursuit. Cracking ride from him. No Tim Shorman in this, who won the gold medal. He's just focusing on the pursuits this weekend. I think he's also trying Kilo tomorrow. We'll try our best to distinguish riders. There's a number of riders in similar kit here. So Vanelli and GG Cycles looking very similar. Struan Shaw he's actually riding for Tufati Everyone Active, but he has signed for Isles Balearis. Again, apologies on the Spanish pronunciation. Next season, we'll be riding UCI races on the road. Great to see, one of around about 21 riders that have signed contracts with the UCI, with UCI teams for next season, which is the most ever from Scotland between the men's and women's pelotons. Expect to see an article on the Scottish Cycling website in the next couple of weeks. Whole lot of riders moving. Some riders staying the same though. Great to see Marvin Newman signing with staying at Das Hutchinson, same with Kate Richardson at Hansling Alba. Lot of couple of riders moving up to the World Tour in the men's as well. So as well as Oscar Onley and Sean Flynn, Callum Thornley will be joining them next season. And also in the women's, Lauren Dixon joining FDJ Suez, Francis Dejeux, Erin Buffman, who we saw produce an excellent ride last night. She's off on training camp today, that's why she's not racing in the female scratch race a little bit later. She is off at the training. I don't know where she's training. I assume it's in Spain someplace. But she is riding for Jayco Lua next season. Training for the Conti team until August and be joining the World Tour team for the latter part next season, which is just crazy to think about. We'll have our, almost straight after this, we're going to go straight into our female 10km scratch race, which is actually our final race of the day, believe it or not. There's only 2 races left. They are the 2 longest races of the day, but we're getting there. If you've made it this far in the coverage, drop us a like, give us a subscribe. Right, rolling away from the back here. The gun will sound when they're all together. Just see Matty Dobbins in that end, in the black skin suit of Proton Labs, who are the one of the sponsors of Edinburgh Bike Fitting. We're just going to wait for them to get onto the track, and one more lap, and then the gun will sound. Oh no, sound already, so we're going. That's us, we're off. Right, that was a bit quicker than I was expecting.
Our first bunch race of the weekend.
Not super quick at the start of racing, which is fine.
Very exciting. It is 100 laps of points racing. Up in the box.
24.75 kilometres to go. Or 99 laps.
So we're all prepared.
Right, one of the Vanelli riders taking it up from the front. Everyone's swinging through so far. Matty Dobbins now on the front. And now there's Robert Smart, the Aberdeenshire based rider. Nico Anelli, big frame of the Brodie Ferry rider from Scotland's premier city. And he just goes up now. And now we have one of the Beeston riders and going up again now. And Liam Scott Douglas comes through, number 116 in the Tash. If he was 118, he would look like, well, 118, which is a callback to someone who grew up in the mid-2000s there. Coming through now, I think that's Keir Gaffney and Logan McLean, who will be the marked man. Struan Shaw sitting on his wheel.
Rider 125 up there, Robert Smart. He's been riding as a private rider all this year. He's got some shiny new kit on, his wheelbase.
Struan Shaw coming through and then just straight up the top of the track.
And as he goes past me, I notice there's 1 or 2 little tufts of blonde hair sticking out the top of his helmet there. I wonder where he got that.
Peter Ferguson at the very top of the track there, riding for natural greatness. I think James Sweeney's hit the front now in that Beeston CC kit. And then back up, we're just going to see, I think, the same 5 or 6 names at the front of the pack early doors. That's number 30, Jack Crombie in the black skin suit, who's just came up to the top. I think that's PB Performance potentially. Logan McLean, Smart. I think that's Keir Gaffney as well, who's just getting involved. Nico Anelli. Nico Anelli and Liam Scott Douglas just got a few bike lengths. Matty Dobbins not keen to let that one go. Brodie Duncan on the front now from West Lothian Cycling. West Lothian Clarion, I was going to say West Lothian Cycle Circuit. I mean, he's near there as well, but they're not the team. West Lothian Clarion. Logan McLean, little dink of the shoulder as he drops into the track. He's a seasoned campaigner when it comes to the UCI bunch races of recent times. So expect big things from him as we hear the first ring of the bell. 5, 3 and 2 point available when they cross the line next time. plus minus 20 for gaining / losing a lap. Now, Duncan looks like he will take maximum points here. It is Duncan from Gaffney, from Matty Dobbins, I believe. We'll wait for confirmation just there, but at the front of the race there is rider number 10, Zach Barber. Zach Barber actually has only got 1 point there, and Matty Dobbins off the front. The riders are not going to allow that there. So yes, it was Brodie Duncan with 5, Matty Dobbins with 2, Matty Dobbins with 3, Zach Barber with 2, Colin Johnston with 1. So good start from the young riders there, very much. A lot of junior riders making their presence known, trying to impress their national team coach, Ev Oliphant, who I see is watching the racing. Right, an attack now. I think that's Matty Dobbins making himself known. Sorry, no, it's Logan McLean, making himself known with really strong ride there from, I think, Colin Johnston as well. And Struan Shaw. Just check who that rider is, who the Beeston rider is. It's number 85, Ben Marsh, who isn't eligible for a medal. So there's 4 riders off the front. And that's Logan McLean, Struan Shaw, who's been stuck to his wheel like glue today. And I think that is Liam Scott Douglas, who is always one to watch out for in these races. So good move of 4 that have got away here. And the chase is on from behind. Nico Anelli, one of those riders, chasing that down, as is Matty Dobbins. This is a dangerous 4. They can't let these 4 get away. That's exactly what we want in a points race. Groups all over the track. There's a group of 4, a chase group of 5, another 5, and then another 5 behind them. Our TV direction slightly better than that of the World Championships, where you couldn't tell what was happening. Matty Dobbins is just leading that second group on the track. They are just trying to close down the front 4, but they're in kind of no man's land, a bit of a potato chase, as the French would say. But yes, a really good move from Ben Marsh comes to the front, as Struan Shaw and Logan McLean. Logan McLean's coming over the top. He's trying to get maximum points. He wants to take the lead in this competition. And yes, it is Logan McLean will take the 5 points here. Struan Shaw will take the 3. Ben Marsh will take the 1. And Ben Marsh will take the 2. Liam Scott Douglas will take the 1 in 4th. And then Matty Dobbins is coming through. And that front group has splintered. So we have a group of 3 of Logan McLean, Struan Shaw in the green Tafati Everyone Active kit, and Ben Marsh in that number 85 in the Beeston CC orange, white and black kit. Looks like a Dundee United change kit, that one.
So the results of that second sprint.
Keir Gaffney just been lapped there. Matty Dobbins trying to chase down. There's a few riders have been lapped here. There's a few spat out the back as that acceleration has really split the race up. A lot of riders on a hiding to nothing here already, early doors. As we see Logan McLean lead the way. Struan Shaw comes through as they will cross the line. You can just tell that they're the front group, as you can see Helen just points to them, all our commissaires. Kind of group forming now of most of these riders have been lapped. Hard to tell what the peloton is, but Brodie Duncan and Logan McLean are both on 5 points after the first 2 sprints. 5 laps to go to the next sprint. Struan Shaw now makes a move. He keeps the pressure on, piles it on, tries to chase down the rest of the bunch. Get his 20 points. Look at the chase group behind. We almost have 2 groups in the road now. I think Keir Gaffney has pulled his DNF there. Logan McLean just comes to the front of our lead group, while our chase group is about 100 metres, 125 metres behind, about half a lap. Exactly, and that one is being led by Jack Crombie, who I think is Team PB Performance. Nico and Ellie in that group as well, as is Brodie Duncan in that second group on the road. Our lead group now, I think that is, I'm just going to check, I think it's very hard to tell from here, but that looked like Colin Johnston, who is leading our lead group, but I believe he is a lap down.
So I'm just checking that I had understood the starters last instruction. So the head of the race is in fact the bunch, which is the group of 3, 6, 7 riders who just heard the bell.
So that is Logan McLean and Struan Shaw coming at the front of this group. They are going to try and take maximum points again. Logan McLean surely going to cross the line first here, and yes he is, so he will go into 10 points. And Struan Shaw is in second, Colin Johnston in third, and that was Ben Marsh in fourth. So Logan with an extra 5, Struan with an extra 3, Johnston with an extra 2, and Marsh with an extra 1. So now that means Logan McLean goes to 15 points, and he has 5 points clear in front of this. Of this 25 kilometre point race. So Logan McLean's on 10 points. Struan Shaw, sorry, that's not quite yet, quite right. Just waiting for it to be updated. Yeah, Logan McLean is on 10 points. Colin Johnston, I think, was on 3 there, and Struan Shaw was on 6. So we're just waiting for it. Yep, Logan McLean on 10, Struan Shaw on 6, Brodie Duncan on 5, Ben Marsh on 3, Colin Johnston on 2. That is our top 5 after 3 of 10 sprints. As it looks like our leaders are quite close to catching the back of the main bunch, which normally would mean plus 20 points for all those riders. However, I think the commissaires have decided that the McLean group, McLean Shaw group, is the main bunch, and everyone else has been dropped, which means it would just be negative 20 for all these riders, rather than plus 20 for them. However, it's the same in effect, it's just whether or not take the positive or the negative. Nico and Ellie on the front of the chase group. Struan Shaw passes off to Liam Scott Douglas, who's having a really strong ride today. Liam Scott Douglas for JG Cycles. It looks like the catch has been made here. So that is Logan McLean, Struan Shaw, Ben Marsh and Liam Scott Douglas, who have all lapped the field. And guess what? Struan Shaw is just riding through the bunch. He's attacking again. This time he's following Jack Crombie. Jack Crombie's launched off the front, and Ben Marsh is following him. Another attack has gone. This is 3 laps to the next sprint. Jack Crombie of PB Performance is the next rider. Oh, I take that back. That's not Jack Crombie. It's Ben Gibson, PB Performance. Sorry, Jack Crombie's in the other black skin suit. Very similar kits. Ben Gibson, Struan Shaw, 2 of the 3 riders that are at the front of the race, alongside Ben Marsh. 2 riders eligible. Struan Shaw, this is a big move for him if he wants to get the Scottish national title. Nico and Ellie punting it on the front of the group, chase group. Now he passes over to Robert Smart. Now he'll pass over to Jack Crombie, who will pass over to Brodie Duncan. Struan Shaw now comes into the home straight. He will take 5 points here. Ben Gibson will take 3, Ben Marsh will take 2, and Brodie Duncan will take the 1 point there. He will take 1 extra point, keep him in medal contention. Well, maybe not medal contention, he's now 20 points down. But yes, here we go. So Struan Shaw now takes the lead of this open 25 kilometre points race with 31 points. Logan McLean on 30, Ben Marsh on 25, Matty Dobbins and Colin Johnston both on 22. It's been some very smart riding so far from some riders, as we just see Matty Dobbins, the next rider, the Edinburgh bike fitting rider in the black skin suit of Proton Lab CC. He is on the front, the Irish rider technically now, but he does live in Scotland, so he can ride these championships and still win when the quirks of the rules allow that. I see James Sweeney just coming up. Logan McLean smart to that one. He's now on the front, pushing it, and he's just got an extra couple of bike lengths. That was a really smart move at the front of the bunch from Logan McLean. Logan is flying now. Lucky Logan. Well, You make your own luck in cycling, and he has opened up a number of bike lengths over Matty Dobbins, over James Sweeney. Brodie Duncan's fought better of it. He's sat up waiting for the bunch. Struan Shaw has been caught in the bunch. Logan McLean is not allowing these riders to get involved. He is absolutely flying here. He's only got 75 metres left to catch this bunch. Ben Marsh gained 20 for gaining a lap there as well. So now Ben Marsh is in the lead. He gained the lap after that sprint there. Logan McLean is not letting that one go. He is making sure him and Matty Dobbins are going to make sure they get 20 points gaining a lap. So Ben Marsh leads on 45 from Struan Shaw on 31, Logan McLean on 30, but Logan McLean is going to get another 20 points here if he can just get onto this group. But I think Logan and Matty are just waiting up for the next sprint. They're being very coy about this, making sure they can get the extra points, although Logan McLean just sits up there. They're just making sure they get the extra 5 points. Why get 20 points when you can get 25? It's like buy one, get one free here at this Chris Lloyd Velodrome this afternoon. As we're nearing halfway, Matty Dobbins makes the catch, so he's on 20 extra points. Logan McLean just sitting off the back of this group, waiting for the sprint. You'll get the bell this time. It's very smart riding this from Logan McLean. Very smart indeed. So, Logan McLean gets the bell here. He is the front rider. I think they've actually missed the sprint there. But yes, this is the sprint commissary just retrospectively. So Logan McLean is getting the 25 points here for that. So that's him. 50 laps to go. Halfway through this race. Just going to now finish this chase, get on the back, get the 20 points he needs as well. And we see in second place at the sprint there that, I think that was Colin Johnson. No, sorry, Zach Barber. Struan Shaw and Ben Marsh taking the extra points. Now Logan McLean just making sure he can get on with this group so he can get his 20 points. Fortunately, it has broke up at the front of that group, so now James Sweeney is pushing through, but Logan McLean makes the 20 points. So he should go into the lead of this competition. Just waiting confirmation after the 5th of 10 sprints. We're just more than halfway into this 25 kilometre points race. We're just confirming now that Struan Shaw got 4th and he got 1 point in that sprint. Just waiting for it. So we'll just see Matty Dobbins now make his move off the front with Ben Gibson. So, I think this needs updated, but I think Logan McLean should be on 55 points from Ben Marsh on 45 and Struan Shaw on 31. Our timing page there, just slightly retrospective. Logan McLean did gain a lap there, so I'm just waiting for that to be added on. And Logan McLean counters again from this move from Matty Dobbins and Ben Gibson. He's taken Ben Marsh with him. Zach Barber trying to get on terms. 3 laps to go to the sprint. Matty Dobbins leads the way from Ben Gibson. Logan McLean, he's quickly chasing that down. He's on a mission today. He should be due another 20 points. He should be in the lead of this competition, but I think the commissaire's just having a little bit of trouble totting that all up. And they're going to hear the bell here. Matty Dobbins leads the way. Ben Gibson in second. Two by two. It's like Noah's Ark in here. Right, we have Logan McLean and Ben Marsh, who have been on the attack all day. They're the front two in the race overall. But now Matty Dobbins takes 5, Ben Gibson takes 3, Logan McLean takes 2.
They're closely being followed by Logan McLean.
And Ben Marsh takes 1. There's just a little bit of confusion there on our little timing page. Still waiting for confirmation of that lap gain a few laps ago from Logan McLean. but Matty Dobbins has gained his lap alongside Ben Gibson. Logan McLean and Ben Marsh look like they're just chasing down the group once more. McLean just letting Marsh do the work here. I'm seeing an attack from, I think, Zach Barber's just off the front of the main group now. But I think he's just waiting up for Sweeney and Smart, who are leading the main bunch. Logan McLean having words to the commissaire asking for his lap gain to be instated. As you see, Matty Dobbins for gaining a lap, Ben Gibson for gaining a lap, 20 points just popped up on our monitor. I think Logan McLean should still be due another 20 points. It says Matty Dobbins taking lead, but I think it's actually in second place officially. I think Logan's a master of many skills, one of which is trying to have a conversation with the commissaires at 50 kilometres an hour. As Liam Scott Douglas makes... Sorry, not Liam Scott Douglas, that's not him. That is Oliver Gibson, who has made his move off the front of the main bunch. And
an announcement for the riders who are on the track. The scoreboard will be updated. It may not be accurate at the moment. Please.
yeah, just a confirmation there.
The scoreboard is exactly correct at the moment.
So, Logan McLean just getting told that there wasn't an issue with the scoreboard. Well, there is an issue with the scoreboard, and it's just going to be updated. Logan McLean gains his lap there, as does Ben Marsh. I think McLean's also due another lap, so he should be leading this 25 kilometre points race by 30 points. So he's got a lap and 10 points over Ben Marsh in second, Matty Dobbins in second, and an extra point to Ben Marsh. Well, just going to update again. Just waiting for the points to tot up. Here we go. Logan McLean's on 77 points, leading the way in this points race. Ben Marsh is in second on 66. Matty Dobbins is in third on 47. Struan Shaw is on 31, and Ben Gibson is on 26. So, battle's still on for the medals, especially the bronze medal. There's a lot of fighting between Struan Shaw and Ben Gibson, and a number of others who are still in the fight. As we hit sprint number 7 of 10. 30 laps to go, and Logan's gone, sod it, let's attack again, why not? He's not leaving this up to anyone. He was supposedly tired when he was on commentary earlier, during their female team pursuits earlier. So, McLean, an extra 5 points. Dobbins, 3. Marsh, 2. And Johnston, 1. Very much usual suspects at the front of the action. Brodie Duncan trying to get involved. Started off very well. So, Logan McLean now extends his lead to 14 points over Ben Marsh. Matty Dobbins is another 18 behind Marsh, albeit Marsh can almost be excluded for the medal purposes as he's not an eligible rider. And Struan Shaw is still in fourth on 31 points in the bronze medal position. 28 laps to go. We're getting there, people. We're getting there. Fair play to Elijah who's watching this whilst on Zwift. That's slightly sadistic. Right, Nico Nelly comes to the front. Now Matty Dobbins on that. White helmet, red bike, and the Proton Labs skin suit. He'll be riding for Edinburgh Bike Fitting next year. They've got a packed calendar of UCI racing. Looking at a few various options for them. Logan McLean comes to the front. Thinks better of attacking this time. Just attacked about the 7 times so far. Now, 25 laps to go in this 25 kilometre points race. Just rolling through riders. A little bit of détente broken out. McLean leads the way by 14 points to Marsh. He has a 32-point lead on Matty Dobbins in third, which is who's the de facto silver medal position. Struan Shaw is 49 points behind Logan McLean. It's been Logan's run so far. Dobbins with another attack. Robert Smart trying to get on terms this time. James Sweeney, he's been involved in a number of moves today. Struan, Shaw and Logan McLean not letting that go. Struan Shaw's had a really strong ride today. The junior rider moving to Girona, potentially, from when I was talking to him a couple of weeks ago. With Ilas Balearas Pro Cycling. And Dobbins gets the bell, 21 laps to go. 1 lap to the 8th of 10 sprints here. Logan McLean trying to chase that one down. Shaw takes on the wheels there. Good ride here from Struan Shaw. Is he going to come over the top, take 5 points? I think he might actually. I think Struan Shaw might have taken 5 points there. Logan McLean back, attacks again. Brodie Duncan, I think, might have nicked a point in there, so they're waiting for confirmation. No, Logan McLean takes 5 points. Struan Shaw takes the 3. Ben Marsh takes the 2, and Brodie Duncan gets back on the scoreboard for West Lothian Clarion with another 1. Be interesting to see how that leaves everything, as again McLean is on the attack. He has lapped a few more riders because who knows, he's going to end up in about 200 points by the end of this. You can tell he's been racing these UCI Class Route 1 races, and not only racing but thriving in them this season. He is cutting the field apart today. A really dominant ride from Logan McLean. Robert Smart just trying to get on terms with McLean. So McLean goes on to 87, Marsh on 70, Dobbins on 51, Shaw on 34 and Gibson on 26. I also think there's a few more riders that are just behind Ben Gibson in the battle for what may end up being bronze with Struan Shaw. Remember, 10 points the final lap, the final sprint, sorry. McLean out front, solo again. Dobbins chasing him down in the de facto silver medal position. 3rd place in the overall competition. It's unlikely anyone's going to overhaul McLean, who has a 17-point lead on Ben Marsh and an extra 100 metres on the track. Dobbins gains his 20 for beginning lap, so does Brodie Duncan. So does James Sweeney, so this may change the positions in the silver medal downwards. So, Logan McLean on 87, Matty Dobbins on 71, Ben Marsh on 70, Struan Shaw on 34, Brodie Duncan goes up to 26. I think he may get another point there. So, Logan McLean just has to hold off Matty Dobbins over these next 2 sprints. Doesn't matter where positions are. Just stick to his wheel and you've won this one, Logan. Matty, a really strong ride. He was saying he hadn't raced pursuit effort for 3 years until last night, and he just a pretty solid time. I think he was about 4:25 or something, which is not too bad in the IP. Getting a bronze medal. Hear the bell, 11 laps to go. In this longest race of the weekend, the 25-kilometre points race, 100 laps. 90 of them done, and Matty Dobbins takes 5 points from Logan McLean 3, James Sweeney takes 2, and I think that may have been Colin Johnston taking the point. So McLean moves to 90. Dobbins to 76, Marsh to 70, Struan Shaw to 34, and Ben Gibson is on 26. So, as it stands, McLean will take the gold. He only needs to finish this race, he will take the gold. Dobbins will take silver. Marsh will be 3rd, but will not take the bronze. That will go to Struan Shaw as it stands, unless someone else either takes a lap or wins the sprint. 7 laps to go.
So here's the results of sprint 9. It was Matty Dobbins from Logan McLean, James Sweeney in 3rd place.
So it was Callum Shackley who actually took 4th place there at the last sprint. Not Colin Johnson. Callum Shackley riding for Dewey's. So Logan McLean just still pushing on, power on. I don't think he's quite heard Colin on the PA system. Colin Edgar, our, who's regular at Track League on the mic. 5 laps to go. Matty Dobbins leads the way from Logan McLean. Nico and Ellie on their wheel. It's had a quiet race, Nico. Who knows, if you stick to these guys' wheels for a couple of laps, that might get you there. 1 kilometre to go. Colin Johnson just gets minus 20 points there for losing a lap, as we see on our graphics. He's nearly get bumped into by our photographer Andrew Leinster. So, 3 laps to go. Logan McLean just needs to be sensible here and he'll have won this race. We've seen an attack from Ben Marsh. He takes 10 points. It's better. He could rise to 2nd place in the overall standings, but he won't take a medal. He's not eligible. But the chase is on from Struan Shaw. Just needs to keep the power on, make sure nobody else comes round. He'll get bronze. So our 3 medalists are in the front 3 positions in the pack. And then there's another attack by Logan McLean. Of course there is. We're 1.5 laps to go as the bell rings. Ben Marsh takes the bell. Logan McLean in 2nd. Matty Dobbins in 3rd. Callum Shackley leads the chase in 4th place. And what an effort from Logan McLean. He doesn't need to do it. He's going to win the Scottish title. It was an excellent silver medal last night. Logan McLean takes the gold. An excellent ride. He doesn't quite get 100 points. He gets 96 points. Logan McLean is the Scottish national champion in the 25 kilometre open points race. And that was a long one. Matty Dobbins will take silver. We'll just get some confirmation on who will take the bronze medal. Just waiting for them to tot up the scores there. 29 minutes for 25 kilometres of racing. That was pretty quick. These guys don't hang around. Yep, here we go. So, Logan McLean takes the win, 96 points. Ben Marsh is in 2nd on 80, but he does not win a medal. Matty Dobbins is in 3rd. He will take the silver medal on 80 points. Struan Shaw will take the bronze on 34 after his earlier efforts. So, McLean, Dobbins and Shaw, that is your podium in the longest race of the weekend. I'm going to get my breath back just before the female 10 kilometre scratch race starts. Right, that's us back now for the female 10 km scratch race. Our final race of the day. Certainly not leaving the least till last, because this could be a very, very interesting one. Let's have a quick look through who is on the starting lineup for this one. 21, Tess Byrne from Solas Cycling. 36, Kayla Dinnan, we saw her earlier for Live Cycling Club Halo Films. 41, Molly Evans, also of Solas Cycling. 61, Jenny Hall, Loughborough Lightning, one to watch I would say. 84, Zara Mayer, VC Astor Anderside. 103, Eva Murphy, Live Cycling Club Halo Films. 111, Jude Patterson, Team Oten Avias. 113, Kate Richardson. I've not seen Kate yet, so I suspect she may not actually be racing. I think she may be recovering from her efforts yesterday. 139, Millie Thompson, also of Solas Cycling. Did see her warming up a little bit earlier. 143, Fiona Walker, VC Astor Anderside. And 147, Elizabeth Wisdish of RT23. Right, that is them getting, that's them hearing the whistle. They are getting underway. We'll hear the gun in a minute. Helen's holding the gun, and she will just let that off. Don't worry, it's just a plank. I think swimming, it's actually specialist guns you get for starters. And it's Fiona Walker who leads them away.
So 40 laps of
40 laps this one.
racing. There were a lot of
I do see Tess Byrne near the front there.
in the open points race. A lot of people who had raced this weekend. I don't think there's anybody up there just now who hasn't raced. Fiona Walker. I think 143 Fiona Walker is the
So,
only person
Millie Thompson makes her way with Molly Evans, both Solas riders at the front. And of course, Jenny Hall not letting this one go. She is a former British national champion in the scratch race. She won that a couple of years ago. Ailey Shaw actually had a great attack in that race as well. Who's now riding for UE Development. Hopefully she's watching. If you are, hi Ailey. And this attack is just going, and it's a good attack. This from Millie Thompson, former Team Scotland rider at the Youth Commonwealth Games in Trinbago 2023, the University of Stirling student. She has got a little bit of a gap over Jenny Hall and Kayla Dinnan, just sitting in Jenny's wheels. Jenny just pulling up there, and this is a scratch race, so just first to the finish is the one who wins. And we can just see, you can see already how split apart this is. It feels like it's going to be an individual time trial for some riders. Let's just see Fiona Walker just getting back up to speed there. Riders coming together, working well together there. So Jude Patterson, Eva Murphy, and Jude Patterson and Tess Byrne working well together there. And the front three just looking at each other as they've come back together. That's Millie Thompson in the peach kit. Millie Thompson just out front the peach kit, with Jenny Hall in the kind of purpley kit with a white helmet from Loughborough Lightning, and in the kind of purple and more white kit, looks like a bit pinkish on your screen for Live Halo Films, is Kayla Dinnan. Good geographical spread here of the country as well in this front group. Jenny from Blair Drummond, former Stirling Bike Club rider. Millie from Aberdeenshire, former D-Side Thistle rider. And Kayla from Dumfries, so very much the northeast, the southwest, and very much the middle of the country represented in that front three. We have a chase group of Eva Murphy, Tess Byrne and Jude Patterson. Jude Patterson has, as we were discussing earlier, is a Masters 50 world champion in the team pursuit, as is Gillian Anderson, who's not racing in this race. She was doing the pursuits earlier. Some of these riders done a lot of racing this week already. Jenny Hall's done team pursuit, kilo, individual pursuit, basically everything. And Millie Thompson's actually doing her first race, so good mix of riders that have done a little bit and some that have done a lot. So we've got into a bit of a rhythm here as we're 1/4 the way through this 40 lap or 10 kilometre female scratch race. So as we see Jenny Hall right on the front. We also see Kayla Dinnan in her wheel tracks with Millie Thompson in third, and in the chase groups kind of coalesce together. A couple of riders have been pulled, so you see Tess Byrne, Eva Murphy, Jude Patterson in that group, Molly Evans as well. I think I saw in that group as well, potentially. Yeah, Molly Evans of Sola Cycling. They're on the back straight, and just coming onto the back straight now is our leading Trident. All riders that have been involved in the Scottish Cycling Performance Programme at various levels. Jenny, of course, a Paralympic world champion and a Paralympic champion, of course, on the tandem. No bunch races on the tandems on the track. There is on the road, obviously. There's the road race and the time trial on the road, but just to get tests against the clock in the Women's B tandem, and the odd sprint as well at the World Championships. Kayla Dinnan now coming to the front. As we've just seen this, the race kind of coalesce into a bit of a rhythm here, which is a lot less frantic than Logan McLean's constant attacks about 20 minutes ago in the open points race. If you have liked the coverage, please drop us a like, subscribe. If you didn't, you can let us know as well. All feedback is welcome. Though it's not all necessarily positive. Photos will be up online as well with a written report up in a couple of hours' time. It's been a good day of racing. Some very exciting racing as well. All of our race together with a number of riders losing a lap there. So we're just coming up to the halfway mark in this 10 kilometre female scratch race. Just see down in track centre at the minute. Just see a number of riders warming down from various races today. Understandable, it's been a packed schedule of racing. Glad we don't have a third final in the sprints competition, because I think that might have just knocked us for 6. You kind of see there's a bit of there's 3 Solas riders in this group. Millie Thompson is the last one, but she's the in position at the minute, and that's the lead of the group. Kayla Dinnan now on the front. Could become awkward actually having the Solas riders there. Kayla and Jenny might mark the wrong one. Fiona just off the back there, Fiona Walker, who runs the Women's Track Fund. Always a steady presence at track racing at the Velodrome from Justin Road in Ayrshire. Lot of détente breaking out in the peloton. Think it will ramp up as we get into the final 18 laps. Just over 4 kilometres to go of racing today. Tess Byrne on the front. Sola Cycling, one of a number of race teams at the minute. Up racing, number of good riders with them. They went racing in Belgium this summer, doing a number of kermesses. Great way to find your feet. Very much a baptism of fire for some riders, but some really thrived off it, including Millie Thompson, who took victory at Elite Pro Criterium Kermesse, sorry, not Criterium, Elite Kermesse in Belgium, in Flanders. The Aberdeenshire native, I think she was racing at some UCI riders of that, which was really good to see. So good to see her back racing properly now. Now, pace has been ramped up a little bit. Kayla Dinnan put the pressure on, Jenny Hall countering. And it looks like, well, these 3 are going to be our medalists, but in which order will the medals be decided? That's what we're going to find out over the next 15 laps. Millie, Kayla and Jenny, they are the 3 They have stuck together like glue for these first 36 laps of this female 10-kilometre scratch race. They'll be racing in the points race tomorrow.
If I were Millie Thompson, Jenny Hall or Keela Dinnan, I would knock off and have a rest, but that's probably why I'm down here and they're up there. The three
So,
riders who have previously
13 laps to go. Millie Thompson on the front in her silver Hansling bike. Very much Hansling, their title sponsor of the Hansling Alba Development Road Team, UCI Continental Team. Very good bikes from what I can see. Hansling company based in South England. Very much popular. It feels like we've had a bit of a change in recent years. We've gone from a lot of Dolans to a lot of Cervelos to a period of Moriarty's, and now Hansling seems to have taken over as the track bike of choice for many. A few Planet X's, always a steady presence. Planet X's, or I've seen a Holdsworth as well today. I think Keir Gaffney rides a Holdsworth. Always good to see a good mix of bikes on display. Not seen the Hocus Pocus, the Hope bike, the Hope Lotus that you may see with British Cycling. Not seen one of those today, but I think they're all under lock and key by British Cycling, Great Britain Cycling Team down in Manchester. 10 laps to go for our leading trifecta. Who will take the gold medal? Will it be Jenny Hall? Will it be Millie Thompson? Will it be Keila Dinnan? Jenny and Keila got the gold medal in the team pursuit earlier as part of that Scotland mixed team. This is Millie Thompson's first race of these championships. She opted not to do the IP. I was chatting to her a little bit earlier. She was just wanting to focus on bunch races, which is good. It's good to see. You know, it's there's things over racing. I know her. I know she's coached by the Athlete Lab alongside many riders here actually. Logan McLean was another one. The whole soloist team are coached by the Athlete Lab. That's Cameron Richardson and Becky Story's coaching company. Cameron Richardson, former rider, known to these championships. Hope he's enjoying himself watching this somewhere. Probably in Girona or maybe in Douglas if he's back in Isle of Man, but hope he's doing well. Becky will be racing next season as well. Picnic, Postonel on the Women's World Tour. Keila Dinnan just leading the way, pulls up, gives the flick of the elbow to Millie Thompson, who now takes the lead. Tess Byrne just sitting on the back of this group, which is could be sensible. Very sensible ride from Tess, just not getting involved, but sitting on the back. And who knows, she can maybe get fourth place. Certainly not bad in this company. Good practice. We've obviously had the Scotia Series announcement next year. That's going to kick off in Gifford on, I think it's the 27th of March. Edinburgh Road Club organising that one on the road race. Get your entries in when they open. Start next year. And 4 laps to go. Riders starting to look at each other. Our front three at the top of the track. You can just see them there, just riding over the Scottish Cycling banner there, coming into the home straight with 3 laps to go. It's a 3-up sprint. Tess Byrne just trying to stay out of things. Will it be Jenny, will it be Millie, or will it be Keila? You would say probably on the form book, Jenny's probably got the quickest sprint, but she's done a lot of racing this week. Millie's certainly the freshest of the 3, with this being her first race, and Keila has probably got the most raw power, I would say, of the 3 from 2 laps. So if she goes early, who knows? Jenny goes. Jenny Hall attacks from the top of the track. Millie Thompson quick onto her wheel. Keila Dinnan struggling to hold the wheel. Millie Thompson, I think it looks like it with the bell to go. It's going to be between these two. Jenny Hall and Millie Thompson. Who will take gold? Millie Thompson is just catching back to Jenny Hall. Does she have enough in the legs to come over the top into the final bend? Jenny Hall and Millie Thompson. Jenny Hall looks like she's going to take the scratch race title. Jenny Hall takes the scratch race gold from Millie Thompson. Kayla Dinnan rides to third place, a really good third place as well at that.
I think the board will probably be adjusting Fiona Walker was third over the line, but I think it probably will be adjusted.
So we will wait and see the confirmation of the full results, but here we go. Yes, Jenny Hall takes the victory, Millie Thompson in second, Kayla Dinnan in third, Eva Murphy takes fourth, and Jude Patterson takes fifth. So
It will take us a little bit of time just to get ready for them because we've got some.
that is our lot for Saturday's racing here at the Chris Hoy Velodrome. Thank you very, very much for watching. It's been a great day racing. We've seen a national record, we've seen a Commonwealth qualifying standard as well, which is exactly what we wanted to see. We've seen 9 national champions crowned, and actually I was going to say we've seen 2 Commonwealth standards, not just 1. Both from Ellie Stone, or she certainly had a part in both of them. We've seen Logan McLean just attack about 8 different times in the open points race, and we saw a great gold medal there for Jennifer Hall in the scratch race. So thank you very, very much for watching. We'll be back tomorrow, slightly later time, I think probably about 1:30, 2 o'clock for Sunday's racing. That will include basically a flipped version of today's racing. So we'll see the open Keirin, the female sprint, the female points race, the open scratch race. A lot to look forward to. Some team pursuits as well, a bit of youth racing as well. So plenty to look forward to then. We hope to see you then, and if not, then we wish you the very best. So it's goodbye from me, and we'll see you tomorrow.